Can you hear me? Brad? Hello, Brad. Can you hear me?
I can now. Just a slight shenanigans.
Yeah. Right. So, welcome, Brad, to our DevFest, first DevFest Central Asia online event. Thank you that you are with us. And I would like to introduce to our viewers Brad Morgan, the Google Developer Relation in Sydney, and he's mostly focused on Flutter and Dart languages. So welcome, Brad, and you can start your presentation.
Okay, I'm all queued up. Share my screen. Sweet, thank you. Okay, so I'm hoping everyone can hear me. I'll just click on something up here. Yep, cool. Okay, so null safety in Dart. Help if I click on that window. Cool, I have control now. So firstly, to talk about the elephant in the room, Flutter. Dart is the implementation language for Flutter. But however, right now at the time of recording, you cannot do what I'm about to talk about. You cannot run null safe Dart in Flutter. Hopefully that will change really, really soon now. So if you're watching this on YouTube, check, and it should probably be working. But yes, watch this space. With that said, I want to work through a problem just in straight Dart that happens a fair bit in Flutter. So the Flutter developers in the room will hopefully understand what's going on and go, okay, I can see what the problem is and how null safety helps with that. So let's just flip windows. And okay, it's not, let's get out of that and go and find the right window. There it is. Multi-window systems, they're great fun. Okay, so here's a class. It's going to turn into a value class, so let's go ahead and do that. We've got some values. We're going to have a color. It's going to be made up of red, green, and blue components. They're finals, so we're getting some warning from the editor saying it should probably be initialized. So let's turn around and have a bunch of named initializers. So we'll turn around and have the ability to turn around and define this color in terms of red, green, and blue. Let's have a person who has a favorite color and the ability to print out what that color is, and a main function. So we should be able to just do Dart run. And we can see that I have a favorite color of instance of color. That's not quite the best idea. Let's add some information to color to actually make it possible to understand what's going on. We'll give it a getter for hex that will turn around and dump out the red, green, and blue as a hex value. Okay, color.hex, and we won't go that far yet. We'll turn around and save that to disk. Turn around and run that again. As you can see, my favorite color is 00FF7F, sort of greenish blue. Okay, cool. What happens if I turn around and I don't have a favorite color? Turn around and run that, and we get this horrible looking stack trace. It might just give us a little bit more space here so we can see what's going on. So getter hex was called on null. So it's about here somewhere. We can click on this and we can see exactly there. That's not good. And in fact, it's worse than that. this is also the same. If I don't set a favorite color, then boom, we're going to hit a null pointer exception. And if you're going to have a look on GitHub and do a search for null pointer exceptions and have a look at all the people who've had to turn around and add special casing for nulls in various parts of their code, it's a fairly common pattern. So let's start fixing this. Let's turn around and if the favorite is null, then the person obviously has no favorite color. That should fix it, right? Okay, I'm a person with no favorite color. That's good. But I can be a little bit worse than that. I can turn around and, I don't know, be a person that likes purple. I have a red and a blue, but I haven't set a green component. And I turn around and run this code and no such method was called, what? What's going on here? I can even look in the stack trace and go, oh dear. This is obviously, I'm breaking the contract of this color class, but it's not in a way of, let's just hide that off screen. We've broken the contract of hex encoder, or moreover, of color. So how can we turn around and start pulling this in? So what we can do is we have a package meta, which means we can turn around and say all three of these attributes of color are required. And if we squiggle down here, we can see color is now giving us a warning saying the parameter green is required. But I can go further than that. I can set green to null and the warning goes away. And would you believe we still get the same stack trace? So what else can we do? Well, what we can do is we can turn around and have a bunch of assertions and really go to town on actually enforcing the fact that these things shouldn't be null. And if I go down here and run this again, we can, no change. What you have to do to take advantage of asserts is run with asserts enabled. And if we do that, we suddenly see that unhandled exception, failed green is not null. We finally have at runtime the knowledge that we've broken the contract of color. We've gone to a lot of work here. We've done a lot of messing about with the definition of color to try and enforce the fact that we don't want red, green, or blue to be null, but we haven't drawn that in. So the language is kind of failing us here. Okay, let's go back to the presentation and think about this. I'll just scoot this off screen, go back to presenting. So I've just run you through the problem. Let's look at it in detail. We've got this integer, it's green, it's 10, and that's all fine and dandy. But then I do this, and green is now not 10. What value is it? Well, it's actually this. It's null. It's, as a programmer who's come through from C and Java, I look at this and I go, int green is null? Really? That's a thing? Well, turns out Dart's current, if you will, type hierarchy looks a bit like this. And by int here, I actually mean all the things, so strings or colors or whatever. But what we've got is object is a superclass. Object has everything as a subclass of it. Int has object as a superclass and null as a subclass, and null is a subclass of absolutely everything. Which means that to actually, let's go back here. The problem we're having is we define that red, green, and blue take type int, and null is a subtype of int. So null is always, in this current type system, an acceptable value for an int or a string or anything really, because it's the bottom type. It's the subtype of absolutely everything. But we don't want that. Obviously, by the code we've written, we want to be able to define a type that is int without null. So we need to actually change the type system. We need to break this type system. And how do we break it? We take away null as a subtype of int. Okay, where does that leave us? What we can do is mirror or sort of completely duplicate the type system. So now we have nullable object, a non-null object. We have nullable int, a non-null int. And we have null as a subtype of every nullable type. Well, that's interesting. We've got two type hierarchies that are completely disjoint. That's not what we want. We want one type hierarchy. So how do we do that? we make object a subtype of nullable object, int a subtype of nullable int, which means if we want to, we can turn around and say, let's have a nullable int. To that, I can pass either an int or a null. And that means that I can turn around and have these things like my favorite color in person, where we go, I don't know if this person has a favorite or not, so null is a perfectly viable and valid choice. Alternatively, there are places where I don't want nulls, e.g. the color components. For those, I use a non-nullable type. Suddenly, I can start specifying what my null preferences are. But if you look at this type hierarchy, there's a great synergy, there's great symmetry here. We've got a top type in nullable object, but now because null is not a subtype of every type, it's not the bottom type. There has to be another type for this whole hierarchy to have a top type and a bottom type and to actually make sense on a type basis. So Dart introduces a new type called never. And this is sort of null without null. So it's the type that has no values. Like null is a value that has no information, but it's still an object. Whereas never is a type of things that never happen. Or we'll get into it. I'll show you an example of where never is useful in a little bit. So let's do that again. I'll just break out of presenting and bring in this other cake that I cooked earlier. Yep, it's the right one. And let's do this again. Yep. So as we said before, we're going to have a color. It's going to have 3 components, red, green, and blue. And we're going to turn around and say that it has 3. What's this red squiggle going on here? So this is the first point where we move away from our previous script. Suddenly this is saying the parameter red can't have the value of null because of its type. It's non-nullable, remember. Down here, there's no question mark. So it must either provide a default value or a required modifier. Now, because I don't have a sane default value for red, green, and blue, I'll just turn around and mark it up as having required. Okay, let's go a bit further. And just to step back a step, remember in the previous run through how we had a whole bunch of asserts and we had values that we were copying around and all sorts of fun and games? This is the equivalent of that code. This to when running under, as you can see, once we run the enable the experiment to run non-nullable, this will turn around and enforce at runtime, or actually enforce it at compile time, that all 3 of these components are non-null. Okay, let's dive on. Person, have a color. I'm now going to introduce the question mark. So remember when we were defining person, we weren't sure if they had a favorite color or not. So by adding the question mark, we're saying null is a valid and viable type for favorite, for person, their favorite color. We may not know what it is. They may not have a favorite color, and that's fine. There's actually nothing wrong with null. You just have to be aware of where it is. And that's the whole point of null safety, making what was previously implicit and kind of frequently forgotten explicit and obvious. Okay, let's drive on. So now I've got a toString, person with favorite color, and then we have this, and we turn around and run it. And you can see we've got the same problem. So we know how to fix this. We turn around and add hex. We add an encoder and a string getter, and my dog is snoring in the background. And here's the next part. We've got this favorite that's turning around and it's potentially null. And so what it's saying is you can't call the hex getter on this potentially null value. You must do something with it. Okay. Let's turn around and do a null check. That makes sense. And it's complaining and saying it still could potentially be null, but I've just done this null check. What? Well, there's a way around this. There's an easy way. We'll just add a bang. There we go. We're asserting at runtime. This is going to be, we're asserting here at compilation time that this is going to be non-null. Dart has gone, there are circumstances this is not true, so I'll insert a runtime check. So it's going to insert some code at runtime that will throw an exception if favorite is null. Fair enough. But, it now compiles and runs. So I can run this, and we can see that I'm a person with a favorite color of sort of this greenish blue or bluish green. Yeah, cool. I'm curious about this. Why is that required? Well, if I put on my hat where I turn around and break things, I can take it a step further. Let's turn around and, anytime you're going to break something, importing math so that you can have random numbers is a perfectly legitimate way of doing it. So what have I done? I've created a rainbow person who extends person. They have a random number generator, and their favorite color is a set of random ints. And occasionally, if rand is equal to 3, rand next into 5 is 3, then I don't return anything. So I'm taking full advantage of this optional color and sometimes returning null. So let's see what happens. I should probably make myself a rainbow person. Cool. Let's run it. I have no favorite color. Oh, that happened quicker than I was expecting. So here's a stack trace. Why am I getting a stack trace? I've got this null check, and then I print out this favorite. This isn't getting the this piece of data, but in the overridden version, I've put this getter here that returns a random color each time it is called. This is non-constant, which is why this bang operator is required, because this call to favorite and this call to favorite can return different values. And what's happened here is that on this call to favorite, I've got a color that's not null. And then when I've gone to call.hex on it, I've gone back to rainbow person's favorite color, and it's now null. And so, of course, I get an exception stack trace. So what's the correct way to handle this? Well, if I turn around and cache the color, and then I can do favorite equals null, and suddenly I don't need the bang, because Dart can do the data flow analysis and turn around and it can prove at compilation time that this favorite, even though it's got a question mark here, it knows by here, because of this check, it's no longer null. And I can safely do call hex on it, and nothing bad will happen, because we've turned this ever-changing favorite color into a constant one for the length of this function by caching it. Okay, that's cool. We can now safely run the code, and you can see I have constantly changing color preferences, but it doesn't break. We're not throwing stack traces. So coming back to a theme that I've got here, nulls aren't a problem. Assuming something is non-null at all times is a problem. So be careful of bang operators, not nulls themselves. Use nulls where they make sense. And obviously for this person, the way we've decided to model colors or model people as potentially having favorite colors, null is a perfectly valid option. Okay, let's take this forward. So I'm going to give myself a constant color again. We'll get rid of the rainbow person, and we'll get rid of rand. Okay. What next? Well, let's think about something else. What if instead of having potentially no color, what we're interested in is defining at runtime the fact that we have a favorite color. We always have a favorite color. We just don't necessarily know it when we instantiate the person. Maybe it comes later. Maybe it's the result of some computation. So what we're going to do here is we're enforcing in the toString method the fact that the favorite is not null, and we can print out the color if they do. Then we'll throw an exception and say, hey guys, person must have a favorite color. Wouldn't it be nice if I could pull this code out and put it somewhere else? Well, let's do that. Throw a custom exception. I know I haven't actually defined a custom exception, but this is broken. If we go back a step, here the data flow analysis is working. It knows that this favorite color cache is not null. Why is moving it down here breaking everything. Well, the trick here is that this void is equivalent to null. So what we're saying here is this may return nulls. So if instead we say never, like we're effectively saying this method will never return any values. It will always abort. And in this case, that's quite true. I always throw an exception. Now suddenly, the value of this never type actually makes sense, because the data flow, seeing that if favorite is null, we get to this, and this always aborts because the type system says never, it never returns. Suddenly, fave.hex is safe to do. We know that fave is never null. Cool. But this, that was a useful sprint sideways just to show what happens with never, but there's actually a deeper pattern here. The pattern I'm getting to here is that I know at some point I will define what the favorite color is. I just don't know it at personal initialization. And Dart actually in nullsafe is introducing a way of saying to the users, I will get around to defining what my favorite color is. And that is late. So suddenly I've dropped the question mark and said late color. Actually, I should just, before I get that far, might as well just run this and confirm everything works. Yep, I'm back to my bluish green. So now that we introduce light, we now know that color is, it's not null. We're defining as not null, but we're saying with the addition of the late keyword, we won't know it at the initialization of person what that favorite color is. So suddenly now we're getting a warning from the editor saying that you don't need to null check this. We know that this is not going to be null by the time you get here. Well, moreover, what's really happening is we're saying to the runtime, we believe it will never be null, but check us. So we can turn around and get rid of, just to point it out, we're going to get rid of this caching and all this check, where because we're effectively saying the design is the person will always have a color instantiated on them at some point before we turn around and print them out. So we simplified a bunch of code. And if we turn around and, what did I do there? Oh yeah, I don't need that custom exception anymore. If I do actually turn around and create a person that doesn't have a favorite color, and I try to use this toString method, then I'm back in the land of having an ugly stack trace. But it's turning around and showing me you failed to initialize your favorite. So it's a much better place than before, where we just have this random, somewhere deep in the implementation, null pointer exception. This is quite explicit. It's turning around saying, you told me that you would initialize the favorite color and you didn't. So guess what? All over. So what we've done is taken a bunch of patterns that had to be implemented by hand slowly and methodically and turned around and made them quite explicit. So now we can see this color value object. It always has red, green, and blue. That's enforced by the compiler. This person will get a color at some point. That's enforced by the runtime. So there's a bunch of things here that we've been doing in a roundabout way that now have explicit export support in the programming language. So let's get back to the deck. So a quick recap of what I've just shown you. We take our good old friend Green, Mr. Green, has a value of 10. If I turn around and try and assign null, that's an error. It'll be caught at compilation time. If I turn around and don't assign anything, that's also a compilation error. What I need to do is either say it's optional, or I'll get around to doing it later. And there is actually more that you can do here. You can turn around and give it an initializer. And this is Dart's way of saying, lazy initialization. This is quite useful if you need to initialize part of a class but do it with the presence of the this pointer. If you turn around and make that late, at the point the field will be initialized when it is first called, at which point this is a fully formed object and you can turn around and pull the object apart and do your appropriate calculation to fill in the field. You can even go so far as to say late final. So this field will be set exactly once, and that will be enforced by the runtime, and it will be filled in, or again, you'll get an exception. So there's a bunch of common patterns that have been done in various long-winded ways that are now explicitly spelled out in the code. Just ripping through a couple of the operators, we have the bang operator that effectively inserts a null check with a throw an exception if it fails. We've got, of course, the question mark for being able to supply default values for potentially optional things. The null aware dot operator is actually a bit smarter than it used to be. Previously, the minute you introduced a question dot into an expression chain, you had to flow all the way along because it was just evaluating the expression of the part of the expression to null, so it would flow all the way through. Whereas now what it does is it short circuits. So if you have a deeply nested accessor thing where you do foo.bar dot of all the subcomponents, you only have to insert question dot where things are optional, anywhere, and if that is null, then the rest of the expression is short-circuited and you don't have to worry. Talked about required. And I need to point out, as should have been obvious from the command line, this is all currently experimental. This is a preview. We're getting to the point where we're going to ask all of you to start trying it out, kicking the tires, seeing if it works with your code, but this is not ready for production. Just saying. Oh yeah, tooling. It's always useful to have tooling. So if I go up here, get the right one, break out of presenting again, bring this down. What I can do is I can, somewhere up here, I can show off some tooling. So we've got this code. It's not null safe in any way, shape, or form. But if I turn around and run dart migrate, and I'm skipping over pub outdated and ignore errors because the project I'm in has a bunch of partially written code. And it will turn around and have a look at the project, found a bunch of stuff that was broken. But if I click on this and I drag this window down, I'll just hide my little thing. Now we can see what we have here is an in-browser tool that is turning around and showing us the code of our code, but it's turned around and gone, okay, these red, green, and blue fields, you're actually trying to make them non-null. So I'll just turn around and strip the @ signs. And this favorite, you're actually dealing with it as if it's null. So it's obviously optional. But when you get to here, we'll insert the bang. As we saw earlier, that's not a complete solution, but it's a quick solution. Also, amusingly, it's turned around and added a bang operator to this null to make all the types work. This is obviously a tool is not meant to do all the work of porting, but it gets you to the point where you have code that compiles and you can start looking at it and going, okay, and just to point it out, you can turn around and add hints and go, actually, where you thought that's optional, actually, I want that to be non-optional. So there's a bunch of hints you can turn around and give to the tooling so that it runs correctly. But realistically, you're probably going to run this tool and then go through and do a cleanup run and do some refactoring once you actually have the power of null safety. Like I get rid of these asserts once you turn around and make these non-null, because you don't need to assert them as not null. But so this is some of the tooling that will be coming your way shortly for you to start playing with null safety. Okay, back to presenting. Of course, the most important thing, we've got a whole bunch of documentation, and thank you very much. I'm not quite sure how you'll want to do questions. Oh, I've got a bunch of questions.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Brad, for your presentation. It was awesome. I'm also a kind of mobile developer, and last couple of years I do some Flutter apps. So it was very nice. And we have like a couple of questions from people. Let's go through it. So first is Nabel. So he's asking, when will Dart null safety have wide support, say with Flutter?
Okay, so it's one of those fun games of predicting the future, and I'm really bad at predicting the future. I think the easy thing to say here is the team is completely focused on it. If you have a look at our bug tracker, there's a whole bunch of open bugs where our core engineers are working on adding null support to the Flutter runner and going, oh, if we try and do this, these other things break. And so there's a bunch of PRs in flight. I know what the when they said that they wanted to put this out the door, and I'm going, that's pretty optimistic. So the simplest answer I have is that the initial support, so you all can actually play with it in Flutter and test out your projects and start looking at porting packages across, should be sooner rather than later. But at the point where you want to actually be able to ship this to production, that's a bit further out.
Gotcha. Yeah. And another question from Nabel also, it's like kind of big one. What will happen if we use a late var before we initialize it? Note, we do initialize it, so many questions is, does the compiler check if a value is accessed before initializing?
Yes. So as I tried to show in the sample, if you turn around and use a late variable without giving a value, you'll get a runtime exception. A late variable is the equivalent of going around and dotting your code with a bunch of exclamation bang operators. It inserts runtime checks. So it's a trust but verify model. It's a way of telling the compiler, I know what I'm doing. And the compiler goes, sure, you know what you're doing, but I'm still going to insert a bunch of checks. Whereas if you've turned around and you've got everything cleanly set to values, and the compiler can prove that everything is not null, then it can actually skip null checks, which makes this all faster. But we have to get to the point where not only your code, but all the code you depend on is also null safe. So we hope to get there, but it's not going to be, in the next fortnight. It's going to take a while to get everyone moved across.
Yeah, I agree. And the next question is from Khalid. What will happen to the current code? Do we need to migrate once it's been stable public?
So once the fun thing here is that the changes we're making are to the compiler. The runtime is quite happy to deal with current code, so you can have mixed applications that have a mixture of null safe and not null safe code, and that will continue to work for the foreseeable future. The upside here is the more code, once you get to the point that your entire project is null safe, then it will be faster because we'll be able to start alighting null checks. But you don't need to get there. If your app is fast enough as it currently is, then null safety is purely an ergonomics issue. Your editor starts telling you things that it doesn't currently tell you. It starts going, you probably want to initialize this value, or that's possibly null. So it's more a case of it will be nice to migrate across because your editor will give you more assistance and you'll have less null pointer exceptions at runtime.
Yeah, sure. So next one is also like Khalid. It's the same question, but he just changed it. So I think we already answered to this question. And I have like a general one, apart from the big we don't have left any questions from YouTube or from Facebook, and it's like more of related to architecture stuff. As you know, we have like block architecture, and we have Flex1. But I see many of the developers out there uh, are mostly using like block1 instead of Flex. So block architecture is kind of commonly used, and most of the developers prefer it. And I mean, mobile developers, but the guys who came from web, they prefer to use Flex. So what do you think? Why block architecture is the kind of commonly used and the preferable one?
Okay, I'm a little confused here. What when you say block architecture, are we talking state management or are we talking screen layout?
No, sorry. Yes, of course. State management block.
Okay, so we're asking what is the preferred state management approach? Is that the core question?
Yeah, kinda. No, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, they do both the same job, I know, but why most of people like prefer that block architecture than the Flex?
You're starting to ask questions about fashion, like what color do you prefer or what kind of music do you prefer? Different people on the team have different preferences as to what's the preferred way of doing state management. We've kind of settled on Provider as a good place to get started. And then once you get your feet wet and you get comfortable, you can start trying all the different styles of state management and finding one that fits your problem domain and the way that you think about it and what works for you and your team. I don't have a preference. I don't actually tend to use Provider myself. I use other ways of doing it. But Provider is a way that makes sense and works well in short demos. So I use it for codelabs. I use it for samples. I use it for things I show on screen. But there are so many different ways of doing it.
Yes,
and
I agree.
Realistically, it depends on who you are, how you think about things, and what your problem is.
I agree. Thank you very much for your answer, Brad. So I see that we don't have left any questions from social media. I mean, from Facebook, from YouTube, and yeah. So if you guys have any questions, you can ask, and if not, then we can just finish our session. And thank you, Brad, for your talk and for your time. Hope the guys out there from the internet are enjoyed, and hope we will see you.
We've got a question. A question just snuck in.
Yes.
Thoughts on DDD in production code?
Yeah.
What's DDD?
TDD, I think, test-driven development. I think he mean.
That'd be TDD.
Yes, I think
TDD, domain-driven development, maybe.
Driven development. Yeah.
Nabil, come back to us. Tell us what you mean by DDD. Demand-driven design. I got it.
Yeah.
I have looked at it in passing. I thought it looked really cool. I haven't used it in production. I'm not gonna dive into it. I'm not gonna say yes or no on that. That's not something I know about. And there's a question from Khalid. Is that mean Provider can't handle big production codes? No. Provider is quite capable and really good at sort of narrowing the scope of damage of a change in your tree. So it's actually really good like that. That said, the developer of Provider is off going and building a new version, Riverpod, which is turning around and trying to be more type safe. So there's a bunch of options here. I'm not meaning to say anyone is not production ready. It's just that which one works with the way you think about things.
Yeah. So yeah, if you have guys any questions, you can ask. So So I see that we don't have left any questions, right? So
I have stunned them all with my intelligence.
yeah, I agree. So yeah, thank you, Brett, for your time, for your talk, for your presentation. Hope the presentation will be on us, right? So if someone asks presentation, we can provide the audience our presentation. So you can contact us, GDG, to have a presentation with you. So thank you, Brett.
Yep.
Have a good one, and hope to see you in our next events.
I would look forward to it. And thank you all for your questions. It's great fun to work with you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So all right. So we have left like 20 minutes for our next session. So we will wait. We will have like 20 minutes break. So our next speaker is. Sorry, I have to find it. So our next speaker is Dahar. Sorry for pronouncing it's hard. Dahar. So he will be presenting at 12 a.m. by GMT +5. Until that, you can have like break. You can have some tea and etc. Hi everyone. Welcome the Harmish Raya to our event. So the Harmish Raya will be today talking about CI/CD in the cloud platform. So welcome guys, and good luck. The Harmish Raya will
Sure. Thank you, Sardor, for the introduction. So, hello, everyone. Good day. Hope you're having an amazing DevFest at Central Asia. It's a pleasure to speak at this event, and I'm sure I'll add some value to uh, your understanding with this talk. So, with that, let us get started. So today I'll be talking around CI/CD on Google Cloud Platform. And to give you some introduction, let me speak a bit of Russian if you can understand. Меня зовут Dharmesh Vaya. I'm a director of technology at Agraya Technologies. I am a Google developer expert for cloud and payment systems as well. So that is what I basically do. I kind of speak at different conferences, and at Agraya we are a GCP partner, so we help in different kind of cloud implementations and solutioning. So with that, let us get started with our today's topic. It's corely going to revolve around continuous integration and continuous deployment. So to give you some context, like what it basically means. So there are like any software development life cycle. It actually, especially in this agile world nowadays, it will consist of these two phases in terms of like deployment and actually building the code. So the CI part of it, which is the continuous integration, is actually as soon as you kind of code, it has to be built. Okay, since there are a lot of libraries, there can be containerization and stuff like that, and then has to be continuously deployed. It just cannot be built and then kept isolated somewhere. It has to be continuously built, or rather delivered in an automated fashion, and that is where the CD portion of it comes into picture. So this part of it, if I am highlighting it, uh, the release part of it or the deployment part of it is something that is considered as the continuous delivery. And there can be certain underlying layers which will be around monitoring, testing, and how you kind of operationalize it in a day-to-day manner. So that is like the core concept of basically CI and CD. And we'll see like how does CI and CD look like when it comes to GCP. So we'll see some products, we'll see some approaches on GCP, which will actually help you understand the entire CI/CD pipeline and how you can actually implement that. So this without like wasting too much time, and trying to help you understand the concepts in a quick manner, this is basically the core of how CI/CD would actually look like on a GCP stack. So if you as a developer, if you are making any changes, okay, now your source repositories can be anything. Like it can be on GCP natively itself, which is like the cloud source repos. It can be Bitbucket, GitLab, GitHub, anything. Any of these source repos that you can think of and you're using prominently, okay, as soon as you commit your changes, a build will actually get triggered. And this is like the standard CI pipeline that you can like kind of consider. It is a very standard approach that you can think of. Everyone like uses GitHub to push their code changes and your source code over there, and then a build is actually triggered. So the entire CI/CD actually revolves around this product called as Cloud Build when it comes to GCP. And here you can actually push your changes, and as soon as a change is pushed on GitHub, a build is actually triggered over there, and from that trigger you can see that the deployment would happen. So here, as soon as a build is happening over here, the build is actually pushed to the container registry, since like nowadays, like that is more of the approach of how specifically in terms of the container world, that is how builds are actually published or applications are published in a container fashion. And you'll see that container registry will actually hold your latest images, your latest builds, and it will get deployed and it will get served maybe in an HTTP format or an API or something of that sort. And that is how actually it is released. Now, if I have to then further simplify this, so then you might ask, like, where exactly do I actually deploy this? So let me kind of simplify this. So again, the same kind of a structure, the same kind of a workflow, but then here we are talking more from a product perspective, and we are considering where exactly is the deployment happening, or where is it actually being served from. Because eventually, whenever an application is deployed, it will need to be served from a compute power or a compute resource. And in this case, let us consider a serverless compute resource, which is Cloud Run. So we'll see that as a developer, if you're pushing code, say on GitHub, and it will actually trigger a build. So the cloud build will actually contain your trigger, which will actually keep on polling GitHub, or actually there is a trigger which is linked, which will understand that if a build is pushed or if a code change happens over there, let us build our image, let us build our new image, which will contain these changes. And this change is actually then pushed to the container registry. Now, this container registry will actually consist of your latest images. And as soon as this image is built, Cloud Build will actually send a signal to Cloud Run as well, because here we have considered Cloud Run to actually deploy our image. And that is where this deployment piece comes into picture. So this part of the top portion of this diagram that you're seeing, or the process flow that you're seeing, is actually the continuous integration piece. And this part that you're seeing over here on the right hand side and the bottom piece is actually the continuous deployment. And of course, there can be additional steps, which can be like, any kind of vulnerability scans, any kind of unit tests, so on and so forth. So that is, of course, a part of like the CI/CD that you can configure within your container, or even like additional stack driver logging and monitoring can be done. So as soon as this deployment push is given, Cloud Run would actually pull the latest image from container registry for the build that happened, and then it will deploy it on its instance, or it's on its you can call it a container, and which is actually abstracted away from the user. So that is how, like, actually in terms of like CI/CD works, okay, basically in a serverless fashion on GCP. Now, let us dive a bit more in terms of what this process flow would look like when, and who are the actors into it, or how does it actually get used by developers, DevOps teams, and so on. So again, like the similar process flow, more simplified in terms of like what are the steps that would happen. So here, as soon as a developer changes the code, you'll see that as soon as they change the code, they push it onto the app repository. Again, this can be more of like GitHub, GitLab, cloud source repositories, anything. As soon as this happens, and now here there is a trigger which will happen over here. So this entire piece that you are seeing over here is the CI pipeline, which is the continuous integration. Now, Cloud Build will actually detect the new commit. Okay, so on GitHub, as you know, that there are like you get a build ID, you get a commit ID. That is actually then referred by Cloud Build, that it will understand that a new code is coming in. Let us try to build our code. So if there are unit tests configured, it will try to run that, and it will then build the container image for that. Once the container image is actually built, it will then push this container image onto container registry. So that is where our actual builds will be stored and then utilized for the delivery pipeline, which is the CD part of it. So as I said earlier, the manifest can be pushed specifically if you are doing a GKE deployment. So like considering just the brevity of this session and time, I won't dive deeper into Kubernetes and something like that. It's a vast universe in itself. But then you can understand that you can keep your app code separate and your environment code separate. So let's say you want to maintain several different environments and you want to kind of link your repositories in that manner. Even at this stage, you can kind of configure that. So here you, as I mentioned, that you can kind of push the candidate or the container onto the container registry. So you don't have to take that step. Cloud Build actually takes care of this entirely. And once this is done, the change is detected on the candidate branch, or actually the branch where you have actually deployed your code. And then this cycle is meant more from a Kubernetes perspective. But if you are considering something like a serverless deployment, like a Cloud Run or something of that sort, the process remains the same, wherein the containers are actually kind of pushed over there, and then your branch or your deployment is actually updated with the latest code. So that is how the basic process flow happens when it comes to CI/CD on Google Cloud. Let us try to see what are the products or what are the solutions that are involved in order to achieve this. So the first and foremost one would be Cloud Build, and let us see some of the features of what actually Cloud Build does for you. So as I mentioned earlier, it is actually a kind of a product or a kind of a service which actually executes your builds on the GCP infrastructure without having you to kind of configure much into it. There is like kind of minimal configuration. You just have to link your repo and then kind of provide where exactly is your configuration file, and with that it will start building into it. So the core steps that you would actually use in order to kind of consume this service, or rather Cloud Build, is that first and foremost, of course, you will need your code to be built. It can be your code, your assets, libraries, any images, anything of that sort. Then you will need a configuration file. Now this configuration file can be in the form of a Docker file or a cloudbuild.yaml file, depends on how you want to configure your builds. Ideally, like in most cases, it is like a Docker file, and this Docker file is kind of fairly simple to configure. You just have to specify some ports, some host name, and then if it is like a node deployment, you just have to give some npm commands over there. So it is like just consider it like a shell script or something which will actually do the sequence of steps in order to deploy your application. So it is a very simple configuration. You just have to bear in mind certain keywords, certain syntaxes for that, and it is fairly easy to build. Now, once this configuration file is ready, you just have to add this configuration file in your repo itself, and then link your build, or rather link your repo with Cloud Build. So that's actually the third step. And then after that, as soon as a next build happens or a next code push happens, Cloud Build comes to know that, okay, that now a code change has happened. Let us try to kind of build this and then push it onto the container registry. So with this, the configuration that has been kind of decided will actually kind of move into the container registry, and then the image is pushed to the registry. Now what happens over here is, as soon as it's pushed to the registry, it will actually then go ahead into the the deployment part of it, and then it will get served into the life cycle. So then how exactly do you do a CD with Cloud Run? So if you see very simple steps over here, and I will show you in a demo as well that how it is actually configured. Very simple step. So I'll show you a simple demo with Cloud Run so that we don't get into the complexities of containers and Kubernetes and stuff like that. You can easily do that with using Cloud Run as a quick start also, and then you can easily learn the cloud build concepts as well. So whenever you kind of use a new Cloud Run service or deploy a new Cloud Run service, what you have to do is select the second option over there, which is continuously deploy revisions from the source repo. Now it will give you an option that you want to set it up with cloud build, and that is where you move on to the next step, where here it will ask you to link your repo. So there will be certain authentication that will happen. It just can't like pull from any given repo, since we need some kind of a security over there, and that is where you kind of link which repo you want to link with. Now over here you can specify GitHub, you'll get all kinds of option over there, and then within GitHub you just have to select which repo you want to kind of play with or kind of deploy into. So here you specify the repository, and in the third and final step, it's basically you have to specify what branch it is and what is your configuration file. So if I like just kind of go back over here, it is asking the configuration file over here. That is exactly what you have to do in this third step. So here I'm specifying that I want to build it using Docker file. So you just have to specify what's your Docker file name, what is the path for that, and as simple as that. So with that, it actually gets configured in an end-to-end manner. And you will see that as soon as you make a push into your repository, it will actually start deploying into Cloud Run itself. So, but then like, let me kind of take a minute or two and then kind of share what are the different serverless compute options available on GCP. If at all you want to have a better kind of a compute mechanism to kind of deploy your apps, what are those options, and specifically in terms of serverless. So it really actually depends on what app you're building, whether it's like an HTTP app or more of a simple events or functions or something of that sort, which does not require too much of complexity. So if it is like the latter case, you can use Cloud Functions for that. Or if it is more of an complex HTTP application, you can use the left hand side of the tree. And here also, if you need more custom hardware, or you need detailed level of configuration in terms of CPU, memory, and so on, in that case, like maybe Kubernetes is something that you will use, but then there is a way in which you can also use Cloud Run for Anthos, which is more of an enterprise solution. If you don't want to get into those complexities and you want to serve simple websites, applications, blog sites, or even e-commerce platforms, then you might want to use something on this side of the tree. Here you are actually going to see that if you have like more custom libraries, or you want to deploy it in your custom language, like if you have a native Java application, and in that case, like Cloud Run is the most suitable one. If not, there is always a scope for App Engine, but like in the recent days, App Engine is kind of there is a lack of backward compatibility around it, and like latest applications around Python 3 or so is facing some kind of a friction over there in terms of deployment. So I would say if new applications, if you are kind of developing, you can always do that with Cloud Run, and that is how the best kind of deployment happens over there. And it is a very easy mechanism to use. As a product, it is kind of evolving much faster than any of the other compute resources, specifically in the serverless world. So you can really use that in a much quicker way as such. So let me take a minute to kind of also share what actually Cloud Run does. So it's basically a serverless mechanism to kind of deploy any applications that are built with any language, any library, doesn't have any constraint as such. The only constraint, or I would say it's like an advantage, if you can containerize your apps, you can actually deploy it on Cloud Run, which means that any application, doesn't matter if it's a web application, an API, a backend. If you can containerize that, you can actually serve that on Cloud Run. The best part of that is like it is a managed application or a managed service from Google Cloud, which means you do not have to worry about infrastructure. Just like other services like BigQuery and so on, you do not have to worry about the underlying infrastructure. You get all kinds of scalability, you get all kinds of features in terms of managing it without having to worry about cost or infrastructure and so on and so forth. It all gets actually managed within the GCP Ream itself. What is then actually it is built on? There is something called as Knative, which actually is a way to kind of serve containers in a serverless fashion, and that is where like Knative is actually very efficient in terms of utilizing that. And then of course, since your containers are not being spinned up all the time, it is very cost efficient mechanism as well. So then like how actually Knative works, or basically how Cloud Run works, is that once your application is actually being served, and if a request is hitting your application, say for example there is service A of your application which is containerized, sorry for that, and that application, if only that container instance is running, your request would actually hit those containers. If it's not running, it will actually spin it up at that given instant of time, and that cold start is actually very minimal. It is hardly a few milliseconds or sometimes into seconds for larger applications, but then within it doesn't really spoil the experience as such. So if your request hits, your container instances would actually then be available and then serve the request with a valid response. And if you see over here, service B, there is no kind of request hitting. So that means no container instances are running over here. And that means that over here, there is kind of no cost involved over here, since no containers are running at this given instance of time, which is a very efficient mechanism to kind of serve your applications. So with that, let us like kind of jump into a short, quick demo, and we'll see that how exactly we are deploying a service with Cloud Run and how we have integrated that with Cloud Build. So let us like kind of jump into a demo. Let me share my screen, which will consist of my Cloud Console. Let me kind of share my other part of the screen. Okay. Okay. Hi, can you see my screen now? Yeah, I think it is coming up.
No, we can't see your screen.
Okay, let me share it now. Oops, I need to reload the page. It's not allowing me. Give me a minute.
Okay. So we have some technical problems with the speaker. Please tune with us so the Harmesh will fix. Yeah.
I'll share this now. Yeah, I think this is up now. Sorry for that, Sardar, and the entire audience. Yeah, okay. All right. So here you can see that this is my Google Cloud Console, and a very easy to use interface as such. Over here you can see the different products and services that you have. And let us try to deploy our Cloud Run service that I was mentioning. So the deployment part is like kind of very simple. So if I create a service over here, it is going to ask me what name do I want to give, and then it is going to just ask me like whether I want a fully managed one, which region I want, whether I want to use Anthos or not. So let us do a hello cloud run Central Asia. And if I want to do an unauthenticated invocations, that means I want it deployed like a public API or a website. I can do that. And I do next. Okay. So if I want to, so there are two options over here. Like you can select like a container image, which is a pre-built image, or you want to continuously deploy from source repos. So this is the option which we should be choosing if you want to actually do a CD kind of a implementation, especially with Cloud Run. So let us do a setup with Cloud Build. So since my GitHub was already linked, it is actually available over here, but you can always choose like GitHub, Bitbucket, or Cloud Source repositories as well. And here it is asking like which repository I should be choosing. So this is the demo which I'll be showing, like a hello simple Cloud Run application, which is just showing some details on like in a JSON format. And I do next, and it is going to ask me like which branch should I be pulling from, and whether it is like a Docker file available in that repository. So if I show you this particular repository, it is like, yes, this is going to consist of a Docker file, and let me kind of walk you through what does this Docker file consist of. So like a very simple kind of steps are there in the Docker file. You just have to specify like which node image you want to use, which is your working directory, and that's more like a default configuration. Since this is like a Cloud Run application, you'll need to serve it on an HTTP port, and specifically around 8080. So you can do that over here and then just specify the host as a default one. Then it is like, this is like more of like how you want to install your Node.js or NPM packages and stuff like that. And then you just do an NPM start over here. So that is like more of a standard sequence of any Docker file, if you kind of consider it that way for a Node application. So that is what like my Docker file looked like. I save this and you'll see that a Cloud Build trigger will be created once you create the service. As soon as I create this, it is kind of configuring my first revision over here. So it takes a minute or two to kind of check whether my cloud trigger is fine, whether the deployment can be done from this repository, there are no build errors and so on. And how do I kind of view these errors is that you can directly go to your Cloud Console. So I can go to my Cloud Console. While this is being built, I'll show you like how does it actually look on the Cloud Build dashboard also. So here you can see that there is this hello Cloud Run. This is the new repo which I actually created, or the new service that I actually created. And you'll see that it is kind of running over here. So if we want to see what's happening inside that, we kind of dive into it. We'll see that there are a lot of logs which are available, which is basically nothing but your build steps over here. And it shows that which source it is being pulled from, which is the branch, which is the commit ID, and so on. So it is going to pull from the last commit ID. So if I see, let us try to see whether it matches my commit ID. So it ends with 4F1. Yes, it's the same one, 4F1. So what's happening over here, it's kind of, it is building the container image for the first time. And that is why it might be taking a bit of a longer time. But as soon as, it's built the first time, I think the rest of the deployments are much, much faster as compared to the first deployment. So the container image is almost getting built, and then you'll see that it will start serving as an HTTP URL. So let us see whether this URL is kind of pointing to, yeah, it is still not ready. That is why you will see this default page over here. We can wait for a couple of minutes and see if it gets built quickly. Yeah, I think it is almost there. The new image has been downloaded for the Cloud SDK, and the build is happening pretty much smooth. So while this is being built, let me show you another magic, or you can say a magic deployment as such. Let's say I do not want to, kind of deploy anything, or rather I do not want to open my cloud console. I'm a bit of a lazy developer. So what I have done over here is that within this repository itself, I have modified my README file in a manner that I can just click a button on this README file and it will start deploying and serving as a URL. So the only thing that I have to do over here is kind of tell the Cloud Shell. So there is a Cloud Shell that will get open. Okay, I just have to tell Cloud Shell that which repository you should be using and then start deploying on it. So let us see that magic. While okay, I think our build also got deployed successfully. So you see this this build summary is kind of done, and it's all green out there, so which means that my build has been successfully deployed. This is the URL which you will actually see the application on. Let me kind of zoom that. Yeah, so it is just a simple JSON API response, which is my repo, which is a URL about me, my profile, and a short description just for kind of showing like what is happening over there. So it's built with Cloud Run, a demo for CI/CD, and thanks for attending. So let me show you the other demo which I was showing. Let me make some change to the application and then see whether it gets built immediately or not. So you can see, keep a watch on this URL also. So I'll edit this file, demo for CI/CD at DevFest Central Asia. Thanks for attending. So I'll just mark this as demo for Central Asia. Yeah, and I'll commit the changes over here. So of course, while these changes would definitely reflect when I do a sort of a manual build over here, but then let us see whether this change actually triggered a build or not. So if I go back and see the history, yes, you can see that a build is actually triggered again for the repo which I actually pushed, and then this will in a short span of time it will start serving the updated URL also, the updated text over here which was mentioned like demo for CI/CD at Central Asia. So and also like you can have this build buttons over here or build labels which you can use on your repos also. Let me show you how does this work if I directly do it on Cloud Shell. So yes, it will ask some authentication and stuff like that. So I just have to confirm this. And then this is a parallel deployment which is happening in another manner. And this is more to showcase like how actually the CD portion of it works over here. So I authorize it again, kind of let me zoom that. Okay, so it is just asking me like which project I should be choosing. So I'll need to choose a project which has like billing enabled. So let me choose this. Yeah, so it is then enabling Cloud Run API on this project. So these are some of the checks that need to be done when it comes to deploying it via the Cloud Shell. But then if you like kind of did it without this, like this is more for the demo purposes. But if you do it like via the build itself, you'll see that it actually automatically triggers everything. So let me yeah, this still has not been deployed since the build is still in progress over here. Yeah, it is kind of on the verge of completion. So meanwhile, let us see that what's happening over here. So here another container image is actually being built from this repository. The container image got built. Somehow this appears a bit faster to me than the cloud build step as well. But yeah, it internally does the same processes. So it's pushing the container image, then it's deploying the service now, as you see. And while this service is getting deployed, we'll see whether the previous build actually, yeah, you'll see that the build with Cloud Run demo for CI/CD at DevFest Central Asia is actually reflecting on my application URL, which means that the other push that I did is actually yes. So even here, the build is successful, and you can get the application URL from here. If I click this, you'll see that it actually leads to the same page. Yes, this also has been kind of serving the same application over here. And with that, like actually the deployment gets completed. So that is more of a short demonstration of how you can achieve CI/CD using Cloud Run, Cloud Build as such. Let me kind of switch back to my presentation. Yeah, let me switch back over here. So that is how basically you can do a quick deployment with CI/CD. I mean, with a very minimal configuration. In fact, at our organization, I have like kind of implemented this for my entire dev test environment, and some of the prod services are also deployed in a similar manner, which means that my developers now can't complain to me that it does work on my machine, but it's not working on production. Why? Because it's the same kind of environment that you are giving them, okay, when they want to do a local testing as well. So it is a very helpful tool, specifically when you want to, want to run automated tests, or you want to have that level of control in terms of your unit testing or any kind of scans that you want to do. It is a very helpful process. Just some kind of references if you all are interested in reading. These are very interesting books. I would say the Bibles for the next or the next level of CI/CD, which is actually a broad universe around SRE. So you can like kind of mark these links out here, and they are like kind of the go-to books or kind of the Bibles for like kind of referencing anything around SRE and stuff like that. So a lot of information and knowledge is kind of shared by Google out here. So you can like kind of go ahead and read them. And so that's it from my side. Spasibo, thank you so much for kind of attending this session. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, which is Dharmesh Vaya, or on Twitter at DRVAYA. Or if you want to like kind of reach out for any kind of cloud or related advisory or services as such, we are Agraya Technologies. We are also a GCP partner, so you can like kind of reach out to us at agraya.com/cloud. I would be thankful to the organizers of Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Bishkek, and everyone. Thanks again for inviting me, and then I would be happy to like kind of take up some questions if there are, and I can really answer them.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was very helpful.
Thank you,
And
Sardar.
I have a question from my side. So
Yeah.
I know that a couple of people who has a background as a backend developer, like they know Go language, they know Python, but they want to deep dive into DevOps like
Yeah.
AWS or
Yeah.
GCP, and they right now in the world we have like two platforms, AWS and
Hmm.
GCP, and AWS is a kind of most popular one,
Yes.
and they are kind of afraid of to switch like GCP because most of the employees and most
Yeah.
of the big companies use AWS, and they don't want to like how to say they want to like learn the AWS, but they are afraid of to be behind. Like if the GCP goes far and the GCP becomes popular in the future, so they have
Correct.
like a kind of dilemma. They don't know which platform they have to learn first.
Yes. Yes, yes. No, Sardar, I can't, disagree with you. It is very much the scenario, even, at our side of the enterprise world, and a lot of actually, use cases or implementations are done on AWS. So, if you're talking more from, backend developers or people who are actually wanting to, foray into cloud and learn these technologies, I would say the underlying concepts remain the same. It is more of the product packaging that would differ. So if you have actually mastered any one of them, it would be easy enough to switch into any kind of implementation. So I mean, giving you an example, we as cloud implementation partners, we can't say no to our customers if they want to do an AWS implementation. However, if tomorrow they want to kind of switch to AWS or GCP or vice versa, or say for example even Azure for that matter,
Yes, Microsoft.
we have to build the underlying architecture in a manner that they are not heavily dependent on any kind of services in that realm itself. So I know, like I mentioned around cloud build, but then cloud build is just more of an orchestration or an automation tool that you can think of. A similar tool is available on AWS also, but the concept remains the same. Everything is going to link to a repo, it is going to deploy it, maybe containerize it, and so on. So I would say for any kind of people who are kind of trying new things on cloud, I would say focus on the fundamentals, understand how does containerization happen, how does a CI/CD implementation happens, irrespective of the technology stack, whether you're on GCP or AWS, and I'm sure you can do it on any kind of cloud provider. Also, to add to that, I would say going down the line, maybe a few years down the line, it is heavily going to be a hybrid cloud world. So an enterprise customer is not going to stick to just one cloud provider. They would actually have their applications deployed in multiple clouds, okay, and you never know, like one cloud can serve as the backup for other, or some services work efficiently on AWS, some like the compute instances out there, or the EC2 is much efficient over there, versus you can say that the data warehousing or the analytics machine learning is something which is like GCP strong area. So you never know, like it is like a hybrid cloud world out there, okay, so you might have to work with a balance of both the sides. So focus on the fundamentals, and then you can do it on any of the cloud providers that you can think of.
I see. I see. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. But I also
Yeah.
tried in the past implementing Docker in a GCP,
Yeah.
and as well as Docker in the AWS. But for
Yeah.
me, it's very easy to implement in GCP. Like in the
Yeah.
AWS, it was kind of, it had a lot of configuration, and the
Yeah.
UI of the dashboard of AWS is also more of complex than GCP.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah. So yeah, I
it,
mean, in the recent days, like I think the cloud console and the user friendliness of especially in terms of for developer tools has been much simplified from a GCP perspective.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I see that from viewers we don't have that much questions,
Okay.
so we can end our session here.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Ramesh, for your time and for your speech. Hope we will see you in our next events. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you so much, Sardor, and the entire Central Asia team. Have a great DevFest for the next few days. Yeah. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Hi again. We will continue our event, and our next speaker is Yüksel Talun, and he's a GDE Google Developer expert. And let's welcome him. Hi, Yüksel. How are you doing? Welcome to our event. Yeah, and we are very glad to see you in our event, and hope we will listen, and we will have a great talk with your presentation.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's How has it been going? I haven't been able to watch it because of the time difference, but how has it been going? Are you having a good time?
Yeah, sure. So right now in Tashkent, it's like 12:44 a.m. It's in the morning, and yeah. So we can start because your time. We have left like a couple of seconds. No worries. So again, I will introduce you. Yoxel Talun is a Google developer expert, and his topic will be intro to action builders. Welcome.
Thank you. Let me just get this to presenter view and share my screen with you. Okay. Got it to full screen. Yep. Welcome everyone. Today we will be talking about actions on Google, as you might see on my t-shirt. I will talk about this new tool specifically. It's called the Actions Builder. If you ever developed anything with Actions on Google before, we were using Dialogflow for NLP. It was a good tool. I love Dialogflow. It was the reason I became interested in Actions on Google in the first place, because I was using Dialogflow much before then it was called Dialogflow. When I started using it, it was called API AI, and I loved it. It was a good tool. But for the purposes of developing a voice application, there were some places it lacked. It wasn't bad, but it could be better. And Actions Builder came to the rescue. We now have a new tool to develop actions, and I'm so eager to talk about it. So let's jump right in. But first, let's talk about me, because let's be honest, that's my favorite subject to talk about. My name is Yüksel. I'm a lawyer. I live in Turkey. I'm a lawyer by training, but I do a lot of software development in my free time. I love developing software, and specifically, I love developing voice applications. And this passion actually led me to share what I know with communities around me, and specifically Google developer communities. And that led me to become a Google developer expert on Google Assistant. Now, first, let's talk about why we want to talk to computers. It's not a new concept. It's not something that we came up with in the recent years. We wanted to talk to computers for a very, very long time. As you can see, these are all images from our imagination, basically, because that's what fiction is, our imagination collectively. And these are all talking computers, and only one of them is a murderer. So that's like that's plus. And now that we have talking computers, we're loving it. This graph shows the adoption rate, adoption speed of different types of technologies in the US market. And as you can see, as time goes by, as technology develops, people actually are more eager to try new technology, adopt new technology. They're faster to adopt. And that reflected on the smart speakers, which are main platforms that these voice assistants live. And you can see some here. I have two right there. And we have been adopting them almost as fast as we have adopted smartphones. And it's good. It means that we love to talk to our computers, and we want to do it more. But for consumers to be able to talk to their computers, us developers have to develop computers that can be talked to, that can understand what the user is saying, and that can respond accordingly. Today, we're going to talk about one way of doing that. And let's take a look at what users are doing with their voice integrated devices or voice activated devices. Well, most of them are listening to music, which is basically what I do every single day. And I ask regular questions like most of these users, like alarms, traffic, directions, and weather. And as you can see, a lot of the users are actually trying to have fun with these devices as well. This data actually indicates that users are trying to integrate the voice devices into their lives more and more. And the fact that they're trying to have fun with them actually shows us that they love them. Now, where does Google Assistant fit into this picture? Because you might be thinking, well, it's okay that we have, voice-activated devices. It's cool that we can talk to computers now. But what can we do as developers? How can we improve Google Assistant? Isn't Google Assistant just a virtual assistant that's introduced by Google in 2016 and that can give quirky answers to your questions? And yes, it is. But it's also a platform that you can develop your actions, your voice applications on. And it matters for developers because it's a platform that is widely available in 80 countries in 19 languages. you can use Google Assistant on more than 1 billion different devices, and the Assistant directory has over 1 million actions in it. So there is a development ecosystem right here that is actually untapped. I mean, 1 million sounds a lot, and in terms of voice applications, it is, but consider how many mobile applications in the Play Store or in App Store. There is a huge untapped potential here, and today we're going to talk about how you can start learning to tap it, basically. To understand actions on Google, we have to understand what actually is Google Assistant. Google Assistant consists of 3 sub-elements, if you will. The first is the Google Assistant. That's the persona that Google developed. That's the one that gives quirky answers to your questions, and that's the one that we really can't interrupt or interfere as a developer. The second sub-element is the devices that are Google Assistant enabled. These devices are the ones that we talk to, like our smart speakers, or they can even be the ones that you make using Assistant SDK. You can make your own Google Assistant enabled devices. But the third piece of the puzzle, which is what we're going to be talking about today, is Actions on Google. And this is the platform that we develop our own voice applications on. And we do it by using Actions Builder as of lately. Actions Builder is an easy-to-use, web-based integrated development environment in the Actions console. Being web-based actually is a huge advantage. Dialogflow was also web-based, and it gave newcomers a much easier time because you don't have to install a lot of software. You don't have to, build an entire development environment on your computer. You can just jump into your browser and start developing. And it's actually really fast in terms of both prototyping and actual development. Some of the other benefits of Actions Builder include lower latency and the visual representation of the dialogue tree, so that as you're developing, you can see where you can take the dialogue, and depending on what the user says or does, how the dialogue will branch out. You can see it visually, which is a huge improvement over what Dialogflow had, which was just a list, streaming down. It was hard to read, to say the least. And another huge benefit over Dialogflow is that Actions Builder lives in the Actions console, so you don't have to jump back and forth between Dialogflow console and Actions console. You don't have to log into Dialogflow separately, because during workshops, one of the mistakes that newcomers does is that they use one account for Actions console and they use another account for Dialogflow, and that's why the two agent and the action can't connect, and that was a huge problem in the workshops, because that would set you back and you would have to do everything you've done until that point all over again. Now we don't have to deal with all of that. We have an Actions Builder right in the console. It's all in one place. It's amazing. Even the simulator is web-based, so you don't even have to have an Actions enabled, Assistant enabled device. You can just open the simulator and test your action right in the browser, right on the same page. It's amazing. We also have Actions SDK now, and Actions Builder and Actions SDK are actually based on the same technology. Actions SDK is a file-based representation of all your Actions project. This means whatever you do in Actions Builder will have a file representation. And thanks to this, we can technically use version control now. And that is amazing, because if you've ever done anything with Dialogflow with more than one person, with a friend or with a colleague or with a team, it was a huge pain to get the Dialogflow agent exported as a zip file and upload it to GitHub. And the next person who will start working on the same thing would have to download the latest version of the action or agent and upload it to Dialogflow and import it into the action. It was like an extra step, or even 2 steps to use version control. Thankfully, we now have a full file-based representation of Actions projects. Now, developing voice applications comes with its own vocabulary. We need to learn some new terminology and some new concepts. They're not hard concepts, to say the least, but we still have to be familiar with some of these concepts. And even if you are an experienced voice developer, even if you developed something with Dialogflow, you might still want to check this out, because Actions Builder comes with some new concepts and renamed some of them as well. First concept I want to talk about are types. Types, formerly known as entities, are the parameters in a user's conversation. For example, if you have a food ordering action, the type of food the user wants to order is the type in that conversation. That's called a dish type or a food type. Basically, you would define these as a list, and whenever user uses one of these, that parameter would be extracted from the conversation and delivered to your webhook or wherever you want to use it separately, so that you would have an easier time to understand what the user is trying to do. As I said before, this was called entities in Dialogflow, but types in Actions Builder. Intents were the main building blocks of an action in Dialogflow. Intents are goals the user is trying to achieve with semantically similar sentences. Users might not always say the same thing to get the same thing done. I might, if I want to continue with the food ordering example, if I want to order food, I would say, give me some food, send me some food, deliver me some food. I want takeout. I could say all of these things to do the exact same thing. And this is what an intent is. I would have to, as a developer, bundle these as one intent so that I can catch them when a user says something similar to one of these statements. And intents have training phrases, which are phrases that I input as a developer as an example of what the users might say to get to this intent or to trigger this intent. And the computer learns from these training phrases and basically matches what the user says with these training phrases and triggers the intent and does whatever I want it to do. And this is the brand new concept that Actions Builder included. It's called scenes. These are now the main building blocks of actions, not intents, because a scene might have multiple intents. What is a scene? A scene is an individual state of your conversation. That is an easier way to organize your conversation in logical pieces. Think of it like a play. We have scenes in the play to convey our message to the audience in a more organized way. So these are what scenes are. Think of your conversation as a play, and your scenes are the individual scenes in that play. The cool fact about scenes is that they execute in a loop, so that until that scene is completed, until a set condition is fulfilled, that scene will play over and over again to make it easier for developers to get the job done without actually having to write a lot of code or having to do the same thing over and over again. This is the anatomy of a scene. This is the execution life cycle. This is how a scene borns and dies, basically. And all of these events will be covered in the next parts of this presentation. But I just put this here because I think it's so cool to see the loop in action. Scenes enters the scene, the user enters the scene, the conditions are checked, and slots are checked based on what, if the slot is empty or fulfilled. I'll just put my light like this, yes. Based on the slots status, we could have prompts, get the user input. We could transition into another scene or loop back here, or we could even go to a webhook call, basically. So yeah, I think this is a really cool loop. Let's go over the individual states one by one. OnEnter is the only stage of the scene that isn't a part of the loop. So OnEnter event triggers only once, and that's when the user comes into the scene the first time. On the other executions of the loop, we won't have the OnEnter triggered. As you can see here, you see it loops back to condition stage of the scene. It's not OnEnter. And what it does is that it triggers an event that I can either give a prompt or trigger some webhook. It triggers an event that I can set an action to when the user enters into that stage of conversation. Conditions is the first stage of the scene loop, and it basically is a set of statements that are checked They can be about session, the user, or the slot data. And if the condition is false, that loop will execute, that scene will execute in a loop. And when the conditions are met, it will either transition or trigger a webhook. We'll talk about what you can do when the loop is completed in a moment. Slot filling. Now, I've talked about types before, and I said that types are parameters in your conversation. Now, slots are a representation of these types in the conversation or in that scene. For example, continuing with the food ordering example, you might have more than one types that you want to get from the user. You might have more than one slots to be filled in the conversation. You might have one drink slot and you might have one food slot. And if a user comes out and says, I want to get food, those two slots are empty. We don't know what food they want, and we don't even know what drink they want. So right now we need to fill those slots. I would have a condition checking if these slots are filled, and if they are not, I would move to the slot filling stage of this conversation. And basically, the scene would select the first empty slot in the conversation and ask the corresponding question to user. If a user comes out and says, I want to get food, I have two slots empty, I get the scene picks the food slot and asks the user what kind of food you want delivered. And the user gives a food name, for example, a hamburger or a salad. And I get this name, and now I have only one slot empty, and then conversation loops back, picks this slot and asks the corresponding question and asks the user what kind of drink you want. And when I get the drink name, now I have two slots fulfilled, and now I can move to whatever I wanted to do on the next phase of the conversation. Now I got my slots filled. I'm done with the scene. There are no more inputs that I want to get from the user. I want to do something with this input that I got. What can I do, or what should I do? First things first, I could transition into another scene. Maybe there are more information I want to collect. Maybe, for example, for food delivering, maybe I don't have the user's address, or I want to confirm their order. Now I could transition into another scene and loop that scene until I get what I wanted from the user. Or I could give them a prompt. If I have everything, if I think I have everything I need, I could give them a response. This response might be a simple response, which is just a speech and text, or a rich response, which are cards. It could be a visual selection response, which would enable users to select what they want to do on a touch interface, but these are only good for screen input available devices. I could return a media response, which is a media and a control to the user. Or I could send in an interactive canvas, take control of the entire screen of the user, and basically develop games or storytelling adventures on the user's assistant-enabled device. Or more likely scenario is that once I have all the information I need from the user, I want to trigger a webhook. Webhooks are actually endpoints of your application, probably your backend application. It's probably a REST API, and you want to trigger a webhook with the data you got from the conversation. Again, with the food ordering example, if I have the user's order and their address, now what I want to do, what I would do if I were a mobile developer, I would just go ahead and trigger a webhook and send that data to my database so that whoever is handling the orders will see it on their screen, right? So this is what I'm going to do with the actions. When I get all that information from the scene or from the action, I will trigger a webhook and send that data over to that endpoint and do whatever operation I want to do with that data, and possibly send a confirmation or approval message to user. This is how you develop a webhook using the Node.js SDK. As you can see, it's not a complex SDK. You basically create a handle called rich response, which will be tied to a specific action or an event in the actions builder. And you add pieces of responses to conversation. Obviously, if you want to do any other operation, we would do them here. And you add these pieces to the conversation. You add these prompts to the conversation. This is a simple response, and this is a card response, which is a rich response. Sorry. And now that we have our action, now that we have developed a couple scenes and we get what we want from the user, and we trigger a webhook and use that data in our business. Now what? Well, now what can we do to either improve our actions or to make it known to a lot of people? What we can do is that we can publish it. Actions on Google have its own assistant directory, which is where the actions live. This is a place where users can rate your action, discover them, or comment about them. As I said before, there are over 1 million actions right now in the assistant directory. And I know it sounds like a lot of actions, but the fact that mobile application marketplaces have billions of applications on them makes assistant directory a place where you have a shot of being discovered on accident, even on accident, or you can get trending very much easier, not very easily, but a lot easier than any other marketplace, any other application marketplace. So and if you're a user, you don't have to develop voice applications. If you're a user, you can just go to the assistant directory and check out these cool actions other people are developing and use them for entertainment or any other purposes. Or as a developer, if you want to move your action or application forward, you can use account linking. Now, account linking is a system that enables the developers to use the same account for the user on web, mobile, and on actions on Google, so that you can know all the information necessary about the user just by signing them in. You wouldn't have to ask them all over again, which is a really cool feature. As a consumer, I really enjoy account linking because it keeps me from writing the same information over and over again. I believe Starbucks used account linking feature and provided users who ordered their coffee through voice assistants or through Google Assistant, and they awarded them with more reward stars. If you've used the mobile application, you'll know they have stars. They awarded basically free drinks to people who used their account on a Google device. So account linking is cool. You can build a lot of marketing opportunities on it as well. And you can make money off of your actions. You can either sell physical goods or you can sell digital goods through your action, and you can make money. And this process was not easy, nor was it pleasant until last week, because users would have to go to their phone and type in their password or touch the fingerprint sensor, even if the order was for $0. And it was really not the best experience when it comes to making a purchase, because we're already very aware of any dangers. We're already scared while we're doing purchases online. And the fact that I start the conversation on a voice-enabled device and it asks me to go and type my password on a mobile device, it would lose all the users on the last step. But last week, they announced that we can finally use voice match to confirm purchases. So any purchase would be able to complete it on a strictly voice environment. And that's really cool. And that I think it will increase the amount of users making purchases on Google Assistant, which will increase your profit as an action developer, which is awesome. And interactive canvas. This is one of the coolest things that you can do with actions on Google, because unlike simple responses or rich responses, interactive canvas gives you the control of the entire screen, which is really cool and which enables you to develop games and full screen storytelling or educational applications right now. And you develop these with the technologies you already know and love, which are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, I know you might be thinking, how can we develop games with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? But believe me, it can be done. People have been doing this long before Actions on Google came around. And there are a lot of cool JavaScript libraries to help you visualize whatever you want to visualize, or help you create animations. There is a JavaScript library that enables you to create fake 3D animations, basically 2D objects that can seem like 3D because of all the math that goes behind the scenes. And there are a lot of cool JavaScript libraries. I encourage you to check it out, because as I said, it's really amazing to be able to talk to a web application and have it, do things on the screen. I believe there's a really good potential with interactive canvas. Now, I'm about done with my presentation, but we have time for questions and answers. If you have any questions about actions on Google, you can ask them right now, either through comments or by connecting, yeah, like that.
Yeah, so thank you for your presentation. Hope it was very helpful for our audience. And before getting question from audience, I have a question. So as you know, we have in the market we have like two most popular hardwares. I mean the platforms. One is Google Assistant, and another one is from Amazon, which is Alexa. And I have a question in development, like for which platform it's easy to develop, and which platform has more features.
I don't think I'm the right person to answer this, because even though I have some experience developing with Alexa, developing for Alexa, they're called Alexa skills. My experience with Google Assistant is a lot more. So to me, it's easier to develop with Google Assistant because that's all I've been doing for the past 2 years. But I wouldn't say they're drastically different in terms of difficulty levels, because the conversational development is more or less consisting of the same steps. As far as the features, it depends on what you want to do as a developer. They both have the basic functionality. I mean, I don't think anyone is going to run into any issues creating a voice action or voice application in Alexa or Google, and they won't probably have a lot of missing features. But yeah, I don't think that it's a fair comparison when I'm doing it, because I have a lot more experience with Google Assistant.
Yeah,
And
sure.
but as far as a consumer goes, but obviously I'm biased again, but I use Google Home a lot more because of the I think the NLP is a little bit better, but that's just a personal opinion. I don't have any data to process it, but to back it up. But yeah, it's really a matter of what you want to do. And probably as a voice app developer, you want to be on multiple platforms. Like mobile app developers usually develop iOS and Android applications. Yeah, so you probably want to be on all voice platforms. And there are actually cross-platform voice application development environments as well. So yeah, it's not a fair comparison, but I enjoy using Google Assistant more.
Yeah, and we have also here use a Google Home Mini. So I think it's more kind of comfortable and easy to use from my perspective, because in the past I also used Alexa for a couple of months, but for me it was Google Home kind of most preferred one. And we have like the question from the audience. You mentioned that we have to build database of inputs. Does Google Actions platform have a pre-made database for different applications?
You don't have to create a database for action, because it totally depends on what you need to do with the information you get from the conversation. My example was a food ordering application, and when you're handling an order, you want to get the order into a database so that you can read that database from another application and deliver the food. For example, a user will say, I want a hamburger to my home address. You will get that data, you will put it in a database, and then the person who's going to deliver, who's going to prepare the food, will get a message saying that someone ordered a hamburger, and they will prepare it and they will give it to the delivery guy. And this means that you need a database. But in many other cases, for example, one of my most popular actions is an action about Pokemon. It gives you details of Pokemon, and I don't need a database for it because I don't save any data from the user, and all the Pokemon data lives in a JSON file, so I don't need a database. So there aren't any pre-made databases, because what kind of database you need, or even if you need a database, will vastly depend on what you're doing with actions from Google, and you probably want to create your own if you need one as well. So no pre-made databases, but you don't need a database for every action.
Yeah, thank you very much. And from my side, how do you monetize your actions? How you can earn from this?
Can you repeat that last part, please?
yeah, how you can earn from this money. Like for example, if you do applications, you can put some prepaid ads or something, or you can have like applications which you buy it for actions. How do you do that?
I actually briefly touched on this topic, but basically, you can either sell physical or digital goods. For example, if you have a game on Actions on Google, you can sell episodes of the game, or you can sell power-ups, or you can sell, costumes and other cosmetic digital goods on the game. You can sell subscriptions. Meditation or fitness applications does this. You can sell subscriptions and get paid monthly by the user. Or you can sell physical goods. For example, the food delivery action is a good example of this. You would sell a physical good and get the payment through Actions on Google. There are no ads available on the platform right now, so you can't put ads to earn money, but that doesn't mean you can't earn money, because you'll probably make more money if you could sell a digital or physical good to the user. So I'm not saying that's the only way of making money on a mobile platform. Obviously, ads make a lot of money on mobile applications, but as far as voice goes, I believe the ads would drastically lessen the user experience. The users would not be happy listening to ads, all the time. I mean, think about it. I mean, even on some visual platforms, they can get annoying really quickly. On voice, that could pile up, because there's this thing what we call is an emotional investment. When a device talks to you, you in your brain think of it like if it's a person. So if there were annoying ads, it will be like your friend telling you all about this cool product they want you to buy right in the middle of a conversation that's not about that product at all. That would not really fit in the current market, but you can still make money by selling physical or digital goods.
Gotcha. Yeah, thank you very much. So it's like listening the Spotify not premium version. If you listen to Spotify, if you don't have subscription, in the middle of the song, you can listen the like ads, like buy this, buy that. So yeah, sure, it will be like bad user experience for people.
But different from Spotify in one way, that we have radio ads for a very long time, so we're not unfamiliar with ads sprinkled between music, but we're not used to ads sprinkled between conversation. I mean, I'm talking to the device and I'm expecting a response, and what I get is an ad. That might be a little bit more frustrating than Spotify. So yeah, I think voice market isn't currently ready for that kind of drastic user experience change, but maybe in the future, I don't know.
Yeah, sure, I agree. So yeah, I see that we don't have any question left from the audience. Thank you very much, Yüksel.
If you put my slide back on, I have one more summary slide so that I can wrap it up. Yep, thank you. Today we talked about Actions Builder and why it's awesome. And to sum up, Actions Builder is a web-based integrated development environment and a simulator that you can use to create actions or develop actions all in one place. It's easier to organize your conversational logic thanks to scenes, and it gives you flexibility and version control thanks to the same technology that powers Actions SDK. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. So we have
we have a question.
Yeah,
it's a good one. Savinos asks, in your opinion, which area will voice assistant application the most? I think which area it will be used the most. Yeah, she corrected it. And I actually had a slide about this, but I wasn't sure if it was really interesting. I took it out. It's really ironic that you asked this. So in my opinion, voice assistants will be really popular amongst educational circles because it's a really interactive way of teaching someone. And for example, think about learning a different language. While learning the language, you could listen all you want, you could read all you want, but unless you start writing and unless you start speaking, you're not going to learn as effectively or as fast. And this is basically the same in any topic. So in an interactive environment for education, I think this is where it's going to outshine most of the other technology. And some other platforms include some other areas includes elder care, or because there have been studies about how virtual assistants could be used for people who are having trouble interacting with other technology devices, and how we as developers can cater to their needs easier on voice platforms. There have been studies that shows that. And I mean, this is a little doubtful, but I think the voice games can be really popular if more developers were interested in developing cool voice-based games, because games currently are thought of as video games only, but they're not. I used to play text-based games all the time when internet were new and we didn't have 500 gigabytes of 3D games. And it was a lot of fun. And I think voice games can be fun and very popular in the near future. So yeah, these are the three most effective areas that I think voice will be used. They have another question. They ask, so do you think they can replace teachers? No, I don't think they can replace teachers. I think they can aid teachers. They can help teachers teach more effectively. I mean, I don't think voice assistants will replace anyone anytime soon. I mean, have you talked to one? They're cool, great, but they're not going to replace me anytime soon, or as a lawyer either. I mean, what I do is just I get questions and I answer them, but a voice assistant is not going to replace me anytime soon. But they won't replace teachers, but they will make teachers' lives a lot easier, and they will make students' life a lot easier. So it's a win-win.
Yeah, sure. I agree.
Thank you for these are great questions.
Yeah. So I see that we don't have left any questions, so we can finish our session. Again, thank you very much, Yüksel, for your time and for your speech. Hope we will see you in our next events in the future.
I'd be really happy. Thanks for having me. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Bye. Hi everyone. So our next session will start within 8 or 9 minutes. So next speaker is Alex. He will be talking about Firebase and GCP. So stay tuned. We will start within 8 or 10 minutes. Hello everyone. So let's start our event, our session. So let's welcome our next speaker, Alex. He's a Google Developer Relation Engineer, and at Google, of course. And his topic will be Firebase and GCP. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Sardor. Hi, everyone. Does everybody hear me okay?
Yes, I see. They can hear you well because I also can hear you well. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Let's get started. Today, I'll be talking about Firebase, first of all. I'll also be talking a lot about the way some things work under the hood and how it's connected with the Google Cloud Platform. A few minutes ago, I also heard there were a few questions around actions on Google and about storing data, maybe integrating it. So I'll touch that a little bit as well, since it's a fresh topic that has been discussed. And at the end of my presentation, I'll be happy to answer questions. So without further ado, let's start. The presentation is composed of two main sections. The first section contains a brief about the difference, what is Firebase, what is GCP, and why we use one or the other at a broader scope. And then we'll go over each Firebase product into some detail, and I will explain how each product would come and integrate into a broader concept, into the big picture of having your solution deployed and ready to delight your customers, and also hopefully keep you out from the cold water. Yeah, so what is what? Firebase is an app development platform. So the main focus, the mission, our goal is to make sure the mobile, web, and any other supported platform developers are, first of all, successful. So that's the main focus. Everything else is just tooling that helps us achieve this mission. By contrast, cloud computing services or cloud platform mission is to enable organizations to have a smooth transition into the cloud, essentially allowing them to focus on delivering services and not have to worry about infrastructure. So if we compare this with Firebase, it's immediately visible that cloud platform focus is primarily on just providing all the technical means in order to get stuff done from a service point of view, be it a backend server, be it a service as a platform offering, be it something else. Essentially, we want to get stuff done when we talk about cloud, and we want the apps to be really delightful without too much stress when we talk about Firebase. And because of these differences in mission, the way we achieve these goals are quite different. For instance, when we use Firebase, a big focus is on having these really nice native SDKs that would offer a delightful experience. And as of right now, we support iOS, Android, Web, C++, Unity at the main platforms. And we have quite a few of the community contributed SDKs to enhance that for many other platforms. By contrast, Cloud Platform doesn't really offer much SDKs. There are a few exceptions for some products, but generally it doesn't really offer a lot of SDKs. What it offers, however, are really good services and APIs that can be called, usually in form of RESTful APIs that you can call from your backends. And also, in order to make these calls easier, there are also some SDKs and some libraries offered But yet again, the focus for Cloud Platform is to just make it really delightful to work from the backend, not necessarily make it easy to create client code. And because of this fundamental difference, there are a few other differences which result immediately out of it. First of all, Firebase is much easier to get started. You would normally be able to just get up and running in a couple of hours after just hearing about the existence of Firebase. With Cloud Platform, you can probably follow through a getting started guide or some kind of code lab, and then you'll also have some stuff working, but it will take a little bit longer to just get comfortable with it. Firebase also has a very strong focus on offering front-end accessible services. That is, things that you can use directly from your app without needing to write any kind of backend code. So our front-end our databases in Firebase have security rules that allows the clients to securely interact with them. By contrast, Cloud Platform, which also offers a pretty solid system of access and administration that has roles and also has audits, which, for instance, Firebase doesn't offer out of the box. Cloud Platform, however, does not offer any means to make these easily accessible from the client. So you have to essentially use something like Firebase or build your own stack if you want to expose some of that infrastructure, some of that functionality to any of your clients. Also, because of this, Cloud Platform offers a lot more control over how you configure your infrastructure. And of course, you can control how fast and by which strategy things will scale up and how things are interconnected. By contrast, Firebase does a lot of things for you. It's quite opinionated on how things should work. And you'll see as we go through the products that a lot of these decisions can be overridden, but then you'd be essentially using mostly cloud stuff rather than the Firebase native SDK features. Okay, so let's have a closer look at Firebase. Historically, Firebase started as a developer product, then we added more stuff to it, and we created these three pillars of development, of quality assurance, and of growth. And over time, these were modified slightly. But the main focus stayed the same. We want to offer an end-to-end delightful experience for all the app developers. Okay, if we just start from the left, the first product in there would be Firebase Auth. There we go. And this is fundamental because Firebase being a front-end database, it really needs a way to make sure we're still secure and things can be controlled and planned. Security can be planned, and there are guarantees that things won't just go hectic once we're in production. So Firebase Auth is probably the most important and the primordial product we have. And it's essentially an identity as a service offering. What means is that out of the box, you get an authentication UI, which currently is available across a few platforms. So you don't really even have to even write the UI yourself. You can just include one of the Firebase UI libraries, and then everything is essentially done for you. Of course, you can also customize this, or you can skip it all together and do something like your own UI or even your custom authentication. And Firebase supports a bunch of popular IDPs. However, and here is the first difference versus the cloud platform, Firebase does not support the more advanced enterprisey things. So for instance, if you want to configure a SAML, a single sign-on mechanism, then you'll have to use a cloud identity interface. And by interface, I mean you have to actually go to the cloud identity website and configure it from there. While if you look at what happens when you enable an authentication method in Firebase, that is both supporting Firebase and cloud, you'll see that it would appear in both platforms. Firebase does not support all of the authentication method that Cloud Identity has. So that would be a reason to use cloud. If, for instance, the thing you want is not supported and you don't want to have a fully custom auth implementation, which you can do, of course, by just using Firebase. Yet again, if you're an enterprise that just wants things to work and they have a requirement to have SAML, it's probably the easy way to do it. If you want to just kind of have to experiment or have more control, you can always go with custom auth as well. Yeah. So another reason to consider Firebase versus Cloud Identity is that with Firebase, you can start for free without a need for a credit card. So you can accept people logging into a system without having to create a so-called billing account. A billing account is essentially just a registration in which you provide a payment method so that in case you run over the free quotas, there is a way to make sure we can continue to provide services for you. So this is essentially one of the differences from cloud and Firebase. That Firebase is generally offers more of the free stuff without requiring a credit card. GCP will require the credit card even if you're never gonna actually go beyond the free tier limits, because unlike Firebase, it will not actually prevent you from going over. When you use cloud platform, you'll essentially have access to everything. And unless you have some automation to prevent, to stop some services that are running, if those servers are used and they go above quota, you'll get charged. So this is one of the main fundamentals here. Now, worry not, you can still trial both of them for free. You can go grab, I think currently it's $300 US of credits, and just try out and play with both platforms. And if you like them, when your credits run out or when you were in one in a few months when they expire, you can just keep using it. And if not, you don't have to do anything. When credits expire, your project will essentially just be downgraded to the free offering, which means Firebase will continue to work and some cloud things might not. Okay. So now that we got all of this off the plate, let's also look what else is happening. Okay, so generally you won't really have to switch from Firebase to Cloud Identity Provider once you start using one of them. However, if you start using Firebase and later you decide you want to use Cloud, you'll actually have to go and enable that service in the Cloud Identity. This might not be intuitive if you're not used to the way things are set up, because you'll see the project exists, but for some reason the identity is disabled in cloud, but then Firebase somehow works. Like, worry not. When you enable, you won't lose any of the configuration from Firebase. It will just allow you to access to the cloud identity provided that are not available in Firebase. Yet again, and the same applies when you downgrade a project. If you downgrade a project, then the Firebase stuff will continue working while the cloud stuff would be paused until you have a billing account set up again. Okay. Cool. So we know that we can do authentication pretty easily with Firebase. And since Firebase will know who we are, it allows us to have really simple to set up things like the very first product that made Firebase popular, which is a real-time database. Its main features are, first of all, the ability to store and sync data in real time. So you don't have to worry about fetching or pushing changes yourself. All you have to do is, if you care about something, you just subscribe to it, essentially. That's it. When changes happen on the server, they push to all the clients who are listening. In order to make this happen, the database had to be a NoSQL. It's much harder to do this kind of stuff with a SQL database. Also, to keep things real simple, the entire real-time database is just one big blob of JSON-like data. And this also has a few advantages. For instance, the fact that the data has such a simple structure allows us to have optimizations that that might be useful in cases when your data changes a lot. So for instance, if you have some kind of data collector, IoT device, or if you have an online presence, a tool that would have to overwrite some keys with data very often, say couple of times, a few times every few seconds, then real-time database is great because it's really good at propagating these changes. And of course, it supports security rules. The security rules in RTDB real-time database are a little bit simpler than in the other offerings, which might be an advantage or a disadvantage. The advantage is you get to start faster. Disadvantage is, well, they're a little bit harder to maintain. Okay, so like I said, the structure is pretty simple. That means you can store data. You can't really store a whole lot of it. Like you can't really store terabytes of data in here because it's just one big blob, and well, it's not meant for that. So what do you do? What do you do in one of these cases when you really need to store a lot of data, or you want to have more structure, or you want to have better querying capabilities than just looking up some values in a tree? Well, in this case, you might want to migrate a portion of your data from the real-time database to something else. Or you might decide to just start with a different database, or start with both real-time database for things that change a lot, but are not read too often or searched through, and then Firestore for stuff that's more of a stateful thing. For instance, all your user profiles, all your user activity, and only keep RTDB, for instance, maybe for online presence detection or for status updates. It's up to you. Generally, the main idea is that you can easily export the data from RTDB, and if you want, you can use that alongside, or you can write your own logic to implement the features that it offers. It's really up to you. The first thing to consider, if you feel like RTDB is not enough, is Cloud Firestore. Now, Cloud Firestore is actually called Cloud Firestore, even though it's in Firebase. I know, it's confusing. And the reason is that Cloud Firestore was implemented directly on the cloud platform, even though it was implemented to be used in Firebase. So that's where it got its naming of Cloud Firestore, because it actually runs on the cloud platform. But we also call it a Firebase product because it has some features that are only available when you use it from Firebase. Okay, so let's actually look over that and see what the deal with those features. Okay, just like RTDB, it stores data in real time. It's also NoSQL. It also supports security rules. This time, the new improved security rules. It has really good offline handling capability. It scales automatically. And it's great for storing structured data that you read more often than you update. So, which is probably 90% of all the data that you'd work with. One thing that it is not great at is for things like analytics or data that needs to have cross joins. And I'll explain quickly why that might be an issue and how you can solve it. So the way data is organized in Firestore is in documents, and documents are in collection, and then each document can have its own sub-collection, which means the data is really easy to access once you have a mental model of how it's organized, and you don't have to keep your data normalized. It's up to you how you organize it. Generally, the expectation is for you to just organize the data in a way that's easy for you to read and filter and query. That's the rule of thumb. And really, that's how you'd approach Firestore from a design point of view. Now, sometimes you might wonder, okay, how do I actually do more complicated stuff with data? Like, for instance, I maybe want to have a search engine, a mini search engine to do some kind of searching inside my data set. And the answer is, if your search is something simple, like just look up by a value or read the last 10 items from a collection, that's easily done with Firestore. If you, however, want to have something more of an analytical platform, then I would actually recommend you to keep two databases. One would be the Firestore, which is your primary thing that your app will use. And then you can have something like a BigQuery or another backend database that or maybe a full text search engine that you will only use when you need to do these more complicated queries for your business logic. And you'll essentially just create a mini microservice by maybe using Firebase Cloud Functions, which we'll review in a minute. And that should probably be it. Like that should be enough to have this working. And that's probably the moment when you want to look at adding some cloud platform stuff on top of Firestore. It's when you see that Firestore is not a perfect fit for all your user journeys. So let's sum it up a little bit. Firebase uses Cloud Firestore, and it uses it in native mode. If you go into Cloud and you check Cloud Firestore, you'll see that there are two ways in which you can enable it: native mode, and also it can work in data store mode. This confusing terminology has some legacy reasons why it exists. What you want to remember is that Firebase Firestore always works in native mode. And second thing you want to remember is when you choose a mode, you cannot change it later. So when you create your project, if you plan to use that project for Firebase stuff, and you have Firestore database in it, just enable it in native mode. Later on, if you need to use something for backend, you can always create another project. It will just be easier for you to manage data this way. It's much easier to reconfigure your backend than to have to redeploy your app because you need to change your front-end project. So the recommendation is start from the front end, configure it in a way that's easy for you to use from the web, from your app. And if you need, you can always create additional projects for the backend stuff. And you can pretty easily connect them with one another. If you don't need multiple projects, it's fine to keep one project per environment. So have one project for production stuff, a project for staging, a project for test, and so on. Okay. Cool. So we know that what Firestore is. We know that Firebase uses it in native mode. And we also know that we can't really switch in between. So what do we do? What do we do if we need to actually to have this kind of communication? Well, the first and easiest way would be to just have some job that would automatically export it into something else. Like for instance, BigQuery. I like BigQuery to use BigQuery for analysis. And if that's not good enough for you, you can use any of the other databases that are available in cloud. I think there's 5 or 6 of them, and they cover a pretty broad range from simpler to use SQL databases to more complex distributed SQL stuff to big data analysis tools like BigQuery and to read-only databases that you just normally use for looking up archives. So you have a pretty broad range. I would say just start with the SQL database that you think is closest to your business requirements and has the easiest API for you, and you should probably be fine. Okay, so that's pretty much it for Firestore. Let's go and look at what other things we have. So the next big thing is cloud storage. Think about it as a service that allows you to store things that are too big to fit in Firestore efficiently. Normally, that would be files, sometimes media. Generally, it will be assets. And just like Firestore, it has support for security rules, and it has decent caching. It scales automatically. The one core difference to remember is that it does not have the real-time notification component in it, which I guess should be fine. But you just have to remember that if you want to get notified about changes in a file, you'll probably have to also create an entry for that in the Firestore. You'll be fine. Now, in order to Now, cloud storage itself is also, of course, part of the cloud platform. Pretty easy to figure that out looking at its name. One thing to remember is that when you use cloud storage from Firebase land, you have access to the security rules. When you use cloud storage from the cloud land, you don't have access to security rules because the access will be restricted to only your backend authorized processes. However, you'll get the benefit of having more flexibility around how you configure the platform, how you integrate it with your backend processes. So, and you can also use the same bucket of cloud storage in both platforms at the same time in order for you to have a more smooth workflow. Okay, a big thing that I wanted to touch down on is cloud functions. Cloud functions are probably the pinnacle of Firebase. They're really the one product that allows you to go above and beyond what's natively supported and integrated with pretty much anything you can think of. Currently, we only support JavaScript as a language of choice for cloud functions for Firebase, and when you deploy functions, we essentially create containers that are deployed into cloud platform and run your backend code in there. This should be a good option to get you started. You might find that eventually you would want more control or more flexibility on how you organize this, and that's where cloud might really help you. So cloud platform, while offering the cloud functions functionality to Firebase, it also has a lot more on top of it. You can run other languages. You can control the lifecycle of your containers. You can automate a lot of these as well. So, for instance, while with Firebase, you essentially just redeploy stuff, and the containers get rebuilt. With cloud, you actually have full control over the lifecycle. You can decide. You can roll back to a previous version easily, and so on. So you have all these control. But it comes at a cost. And the cost is that the API is not quite as easy to use, especially when you're just getting started. So Cloud Platform has this great flexibility. At the same time, the price you pay is that you have a steeper learning curve. Also, Cloud Platform does not offer quite the same API for integrating, for writing those triggers, which are the equivalent of hooks in other environments. That means whenever something happens, your function can be called. And probably the most popular usage for them is to call those functions whenever some data changes in your Firestore. So if a user writes something to the Firestore database and you want to act upon this, for instance, you want to do an API call to a third-party service and get the customer some kind of result, it's very easy to do with functions. You can also use that to export data or to import data from other systems. So it's really up to you how you use it. And in order to use it with Firebase Firestore, I would strongly recommend to use the Firebase SDK tooling. But then you can use Cloud Platform tooling to do later on to do some continuous integration, automations, that kind of stuff, or to deploy additional containers that are not natively supported by Firebase. Okay, let's move to something that's hopefully simpler, hosting. It's what it sounds like. It's fast, it's secure, it's distributed with a global content delivery network. It offers free SSL certificates. Hey, and you can use your own domain. That's a pretty neat offering. One flaw is that it does not provide out of the box any kind of dynamic page generation other than just allowing you to forward your request through rewrites. Now, the rewrite mechanism, while it seems pretty simple, it's actually very powerful because the rewrite can transparently proxy your request to pretty much any web endpoint of your choice. And this can easily be a cloud function or a container that you're running in cloud. So you really can run any kind of backend infrastructure for your complex computations in the cloud, and then not have to expose it directly, but instead just rewrite some of those calls to those and send them to those backends, and it works as simple as it sounds. You still use your internet domain, and the customer might not even realize that they're actually hosting in a different place. Okay, and as of recent, we also offer access to logs, which should be pretty cool. There's not a lot for me to talk about integrating this with other integration with cloud platform, since cloud platform itself does not offer hosting per se. But yet again, it offers containers, and you can use containers for hosting anything you want. Next, machine learning. Okay, machine learning is one more interesting story. Okay, so the idea here was to offer a very easy entry into applied machine learning for app developers. So we came up with a few things which were on the device and in cloud, out of the box, pre-trained models that you can use. And then we saw that that's not enough, and we also added support for custom models. And we saw that custom model might be a little bit difficult for people who use machine learning for the first time. So we offer something in the middle, in which we take a pre-trained model, for instance, for detecting images, and then we allow you to customize it with your own data set. This way you get the best from both worlds. Now, after a while, things grew up and they became a little bit complex, so they got split. The stuff that happens on device now moved to a different project, which is called MLKit. So before it was called Firebase MLKit, now it's called just MLKit, and it's a separate thing. At the same time, Firebase still has a machine learning component, and it's the component that makes things easy for you to get started with. So it has these pre-trained models. It has this nice UI for doing your auto ML training, that is taking a model that was pre-trained by us and then fine-tuning it for your own data set. And it also hides away some of the complexities of hosting and deploying your models using the cloud platform. What you end up doing is just clicking a few buttons in the console UI and then writing a few lines of text in your app, and they just work. However, over time, you might realize that might be not enough for you. And in that case, cloud AI is really the thing that shines. So once you have this experience that you got by just getting started to work with this model with Firebase, you'll already have the intuition of what goes where. And then the entry into using cloud AI will be so much easier. So really, that's a very natural course of things to start with Firebase ML, see what you can do with that. And if at one point you want more flexibility, just look in the offering for that comes from cloud. And it should be pretty easy to figure out what you want. So if you already used AutoML from Firebase, but you found it not being customizable enough, take a look at the AutoML in cloud. If you decide that none of the stuff actually works, look at custom models in cloud. But you can still use Firebase to deploy them. And if you just found a really great pre-trained model, well, you can use it directly and then employ a cloud function to connect the cloud AI stuff to your Firebase database. So it will feel like a normal progression, and it won't be too overwhelming. I've gone through this, and after a while, it seems pretty natural. Okay, one more thing, which can get you started real fast on the more advanced topics are Firebase extensions. Extensions are features that are not big enough to make for a product, but are also popular enough to make them reusable. And a really good thing about extension is that you can actually see the source code for them. They are open source. And that means that you can take a look and see how they're implemented. And if you find something that looks kind of similar to what you'd like, that could be a great way to get you going. So you can install the extension, see if it does the stuff you expect. If it does kind of does what you want, you can look at the source code and customize that, and then just deploy it through Cloud Function on your own project, and it will work. You can, of course, use the extension out of the box. Google Cloud does not come with this thing out of the box, but you can still automate a lot of things there by using many of the integrations that are supported in cloud. Yet again, you can do way more there, but it will require a bit more learning to get there. Okay, let's quickly look at the other products. These ones don't really have a direct alternative in cloud. However, they're still pretty well integrated. So for instance, Crashlytics, our crash reporting tool, has a BigQuery export, a data export option. And this BigQuery data export option is present for a lot of the other data-intense data gathering Firebase tools. So if you're using a Firebase product and it's gathering data from your users, and you feel like Firebase is not enough for you to do the proper analysis over that treasure chest, take a look at the configuration and see if there is a BigQuery option, BigQuery export option. Now, when you toggle that on, you'll probably want to be careful on where you put the data, because those data sets are pretty big, especially if your app is popular, if it has a lot of traffic. So you want to do some analysis before just toggling it on, especially if you're toggling on both the if you're toggling on the real-time export as well. Now, once you have the data in BigQuery, you should be able to easily analyze it using another product, which is called Data Studio. And it's such a great thing. It would be worth just watching a presentation just about Data Studio and how it works and how you can use it to make data science application easier for you. It has a great offering of tools, and it has also samples for open source data sets, so you can get started without even having to use any of your data. Okay, Firebase performance. Like Crashlytics, is to make its primary mission is to make sure our customers are happy. Essentially, all your users are happy. And it offers a bunch of tools for that. And you can export the data it gathers. One thing to remember is that Cloud also offers performance monitoring tools, but for Cloud, it's all for the backend. And with Firebase, it's all for the front end. So depending on which service you want to monitor, you would be using one or the other. TestLab, for running your apps on a bunch of devices or physical devices in the cloud. Now, TestLab also has an interesting story. It was initially part of Cloud, but then it was moved to Firebase because it just made a lot of sense to be in Firebase, the platform that's for app developers. It wasn't really a cloud thing. It was more of an app thing. But because of it being in cloud, it means it also relies on the infrastructure from cloud. For instance, it uses cloud storage to store artifacts. And by artifacts, I mean things like screenshots and reports of your test runs. I don't know of an easy way to export data into something like BigQuery. However, since everything is stored in cloud storage already, it's pretty easy for you to download. And you can also use Cloud Functions to integrate this with your continuous integration system or whatnot you're using. Okay, now let's talk a little bit about growing users. So probably the most popular offering that Firebase has for this pillar is the Google Analytics integration. Yet again, the UI is great. If it's not enough, take a look at the BigQuery option for export. One of the weird things about analytics is that historically it's been named differently. And to be honest, most of the time when the naming changed, actually some functionality changed as well. So you maybe heard about analytics, Google Analytics for Firebase, Firebase Analytics. Yeah, so they're pretty much the same product, but they have different sets of features. So I encourage you to just look at what the latest version, what's currently supported, which is this version, and see if this, and kind of look at the feature and see if this is what you want. Also, if you have legacy projects that were created before, you might have an older configuration. So essentially, while the product works kind of similarly, there might be slight differences in the way APIs work. So if you're already a seasoned Firebase developer, you might discover that you'll need to refresh your knowledge just a little bit if you have a big migration here, or you're starting a new project. Not a lot of stuff, just kind of be mindful that this product evolved over time and it just a little bit changed with each major release. Okay, cloud messaging. That's probably the other second most popular thing in this pillar of products, and just like the previous ones, it doesn't really have much of an equivalent in the cloud platform. Firebase Remote Config offers, the next one, it offers an option to send different configurations to the clients. Now, the really cool thing about this is that it made possible a few other products. For instance, A/B testing and other interesting mixes. It's especially powerful when you combine something like this or A/B testing with analytics. Then you can have a certain level of business intelligence and automation implemented really easily. I encourage you to just go ahead and read about each of these products if that's something that if you're at the stage in which you want to grow your app's audience. I won't go into detail because it's off topic for today's presentation. Okay, and probably the only product I want to just talk a little bit about in this from this family is the predictions. Predictions really is kind of a zebra giraffe thing because it has some ML, but then you don't have a lot of control over it, and it has remote config and analytics and cloud messaging integrations, but yet again, you have to set it up. But the really cool thing is it allows you to do really interesting and complex experiment that normally you wouldn't do without a heavy investment. And with prediction, it's just so much easier. One of the classical example would be to predict which users will stop using your app sometime soon, and then do something about that. And this kind of prediction works really, really well, pretty simply. All you have to do is just have a big enough base of users and also have enough events, so enough interaction that the users do with your app. So for instance, if you use Google Analytics and you have a game and you're using analytics to log every time a user progresses in your game, or they do a certain kind of choice, or they do another operation that changes the progression of their story, these signals should really help the system figure out if there are any patterns. And if there are patterns which become frustrating for the users and they decide to not use your game or your app because it doesn't really cut it, this should surface rather fast. So really give it a try. If you have a big customer base, or when you have a big customer base in the future, if you don't already, just give it a try. See if you can get some stuff that you maybe didn't expect by just putting it out there and just letting it run for a while. And once you get some signals, play a little bit with it. Play a little bit with FCM, maybe with A/B testing. See what works. It's really a cool thing, and I don't think there's quite anything like this that's so easy to deploy and get the same kind of business intelligence right in your hands with minimal effort. Okay, so that's what I wanted to present you about Firebase, and I'll be happy to hear any questions that you might have. I think we still have upwards to 20 minutes, so that means probably up to 10 questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex, for your presentation. Before audience will give their own questions, I would like to start with my own. As you know, in Firebase, we have like different type of platforms to authenticate, like Apple ID, Google+, Facebook, and GitHub. Can we somehow integrate our own like platforms?
Yeah, absolutely.
For example, I have a platform. Yeah, I have a platform, and I would like to add the inside the Firebase or Firebase authentication SDK my own platform's signing logic.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely, you can do that. Actually, there are many different things that you might do in order to integrate custom stuff, but probably the most popular, the most common workflows would be these. One workflow would be to just integrate an OAuth provider or a SAML provider that's not supported out of the box. I mean, if you have the code if you have a Node.js code that essentially does the integration, that is that OAuth server-side client that does the integration for you, calls the server, gets the code, the token, and persists it somewhere. Really, all you have to do is just create that in form of a cloud function, deploy it using Firebase, and then from within that function, you call Firebase Auth API, which is called the create custom token. I think it's there's a pretty good help article there with working with custom tokens. So what you do, you call this API and say, I want Firebase to authenticate this user under this identity with this in this scope, and it will work. And you can do this with any other system as well. For instance, I have a blog article about an experiment I did with IoT devices in which I took an Arduino and authenticated the device using its device key pair with Firebase Auth. And all I had to do was write one function in cloud function and deploy it through Firebase, and it worked. So definitely that's possible. There are a few really cool help articles there, and I'll also look into maybe doing more write-up on this topic.
I see. That would be great. And another one, a couple of months ago, here in Tashkent with the team, we did image recognition. To be more exact, we tried to read the text from image, from camera. So in order to do that, we used Firebase and Firebase ML kit to do that. And we were forced kind of, in order to read the text, we need some models, right? So we trained that models, we provided that models by ourselves, by our platform. And when the user wants to read some image, when user wants to scan some image in order to read the text, we force the user to download like 10 or 5 megabyte models to their phone, and then read the text from the camera, from the image. So either any way to do that within Firebase, like locally?
Yes. So there are a couple of ways to do that. The simplest way is to just, assuming the language that you're targeting is supported by the default models, is to just use the MLKit language API, in particular the text recognition API. The way it works is that when you build your app, you have the option to configure it so that you pre-download. You can pre-download a model and ship it with your app, so you don't have to have an additional download. You can also skip this step and just download the model after you start the app. And Firebase can take care of a lot of the things. For instance, checking for new versions of the model, downloading it in the background, if you allow it to do that, and also using an on-device model and a cloud model for at the same time or whenever, or depending on your logic. So there you can also run the model in the cloud, especially if it's a really big model, and if it's not a smooth experience on the device, you can have this kind of hybrid option in which the performant devices that already have the model downloaded, they would run it locally, but then for other users, they might actually upload the asset and let it process on the cloud. It's up to you how you configure it. Firebase MLKit in particular allows you this flexibility of deciding on where to run stuff, and Firebase also allows you to have some control over where you run stuff. Yeah, that's probably the answer. There are quite a few models right now that already do this text recognition pretty well, so you probably won't have to have your own custom model. But it's up to you to decide how you wanna configure it. Generally, from my experience, the best practice would be that depending on the format of the document and the stuff that you want to run text recognition on, you might want to have two different models for that. One would be to just find the regions of interest, the regions that have the text that you want recognized, and kind of ignore everything else. And then have another model who actually does the text recognition. Generally, this setup works really great, particularly for things like noisy backgrounds and for documents with certain formats.
I see, gotcha. And I think from my side, that's enough. Let's go to audience. I see that from the audience, there's not much questions. So let's see if they will have questions. If not, then we can wrap it up and we can finish our session. And yeah, I mean, I like the Firebase because Firebase helps you to do most of your backend stuffs without having actually backend guy. So it's always written, and it's very helpful to build MVPs most of the time. So in order to in order to check your product is useful your product or not, you can just have one mobile developer guy and check it with them. So and it's a cool product. I think most of the developers like this Firebase.
Yeah, I think the really great thing about it is that it allows for people who are not necessarily backend developers to start doing stuff that is full stack. So, for instance, if you're an iOS or an Android developer and you really know well your platform, but you don't have a lot of background or a lot of experience in the backend realm or in cloud, you can get started, have a really professional product created, and if later on you need to do some backend work, which this presentation was about, like what do you do when you outgrow some of the features, or how do you make sure your backend is really the best it can be? That's when you can employ additional help or study it yourself and kind of have a lean transition into having more advanced features while also keeping your application in production and running.
Yeah. I see that we don't have any questions, so we can wrap it up. Time and for your presentation. I think it was helpful for a lot of people out there. And we hope that we will see you in our next events and presentations. And yeah, thank you very much. Again, Alex is a developer program engineer at Google, and he talks most of the time. His talks is mostly related to Firebase and GCP. Thank you, Alex, very much.
Thank you, Sardor.
So let's continue. At 3:30, our next session will start. And before starting, I would like to introduce our next moderator, Big Imai. Welcome, Big Imai.
Hi. Welcome to our DevFest.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I was just reading the private chat.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
So welcome. So I guess we'll wait until the time arrives. Yeah, and our speaker, Mikhail Pautov, will join us with his presentations.
Yeah, sure. So until that, we can put our agenda to our cover and continue. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So let's continue our DevFest. Today, Mikhail Pautov is joining us. He will tell about his storybook, and I'm sharing your screen so you can tell a bit more about yourself and start your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Mikhail. I'm a freelancer from Kyrgyzstan, currently working as software engineer at Demon Corporation. Today, I would like to share with you a helpful tool storybook. We'll show how to install and setting for React plus TypeScript project and some candies for the tool. Okay, I can start? Okay, I got it. Okay, we got a quick review. I will tell today about what is Storybook, how Storybook helps, and installing an example of using. Storybook is an open source tool for developing UI components in isolation for React, Vue, Angular, and more. It makes building stunning UI organized and efficient. I think Storybook has setting for 11 frameworks. Okay. Storybook first version was developed and released in 2016 by a startup called Kadira. Kadira was bootstrapped Sri Lanka startup. In 2017, started driven by the community. Airbnb, Slack, Lyft, Squarespace is starting to use Storybook in 2018, and then released another version of Storybook with new features in 2019 and 2020. Okay. While we developing our application, sometimes we got a problem. I would like to introduce to you that problem which I have while developing UI components. Component isolation. That means I can open only one component which I'm working on. Dependent server loses context when my component on third page from start or have some special settings. Long app build. I wait forever for the application to run to test one component. App reloads. By the way, if I need to go through 3 pages, then I would like to make changes and then again go through pages and check everything. It's really hard and spend time a lot. UI consistency. You see all list of components. You don't need to create it again. Basically, when new developer comes to our project and goes through a list of components and see and touch it, and he can understand that so maybe it can be reused, maybe I can update it. And Storybook solves all that issue. It's very helpful to us. Okay. Let's begin. We need to install React boilerplate and eject configuration of that boilerplate. You can use that command for it. Okay. I would like to use import path for TypeScript. That base configuration that everything should work as expected. I did base path for CRC as DevFest. Time to install Storybook. Storybook is automatically install everything by your application environment by that command. It's very helpful. Okay, let's switch to IDEA. Okay, give me a second. I will change IDEA to code editor. Give me a second. Okay. Give me time. Okay. Right now, I will switch to IDEA and show you magic of Storybook. As you can see, Storybook has created the Storybook folder with 2 files, main.js and preview.js. Let's look inside main.js. Main.js is setting for Storybook. Stories is regex for parsing component, which will be in our storybook. To add-ons, we'll come back later. Or I can just give you a quick review. If you would like to add some visual stuff for storybook page, you can install from base storybook add-ons or create by your own. Okay. For now, we need to rewrite Webpack for storybook by adding some code for import pass. I will switch to branch which already exists and everything we need because I don't want to spend time to coding right now. Yeah. I open main.js. As you can see, we added Webpack final property, which is implemented as a function. As you can see, we rewrite our config for Webpack to adding new alias, DevFests by src, and just returning config. Okay, and yeah, that's basically all what we need for our import pass for TypeScript. Okay, let's open in app.ps6. I changed our structure of application and I know make it everything comfortable for me for using. Okay, I removed everything for app.ps6 and added Central Asia DevFest 2020 title for just for checking how it works. Okay, I run storybook by command yarn run storybook, and right now I need to switch to the browser. Give me a second. Okay. And you will see, storybook, how it looks like. On the left of the app, list of our components. If you add more components, you will see all of the list. We can select and search that component. If we need some example, when we add some more components, it actually will work. Okay. And if you need to add some documentation for component, we have a docs tab. In that, what is going on? Sorry. Give me a second. Okay, I don't know what's happened. Basically, if you would like to add some component for, if you would like to add documentation for a component, you need to create .mdx file for your story. Add some documentation. You can go to the documentation of storybook and see how it looks like and how it settings. Okay, you can zoom in, zoom out, and some of the best feature I think. We can change our background for storybook. We can add pixel screen, and what I really like, it's mobile view. We can change our component to mobile view. We can rotate it, and we can actually edit our own mobile viewports and very good configure it. I know it's very helpful for me. Okay, that's base information about storybook. You can read more in storybook documentation, but it's base intro for storybook. Okay, let's switch to idea again. Okay. I will stop our storybook, switch to shortcut time branch. Okay. Okay, and let's open button stories.ts6. Okay, basically I created button. I took base config. When we when we install Storybook by command and px as init, it creates to us base example how to create stories and base component for it. I take base example, and now we will go through it. First, we need to import component which we want to show. It's button and button props. Button props support its interface for our arguments. And then create base setting of that component by export default. Storybook automatically takes it. We will add title. If you would like to create a folder, you can use slash for that. In component field, we put our button and base archetypes which we want to use in our component. Creating main template as constructor with our buttons and arguments. And you can see how using. We add primary args, is primary true or not, and labels. Okay, let's switch again to browser. Sorry, I don't know how to do it very quickly, but I will try to do it fast. Okay. Give me a second, Storybook is running. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. As you can example folder and our button component list, you can see. Okay, when we open that button, it will go through all our templates which we created. No, not templates, it's variant of components which we created. Primary, secondary, layer, small, and everything. Okay, let's talk about this stuff. Actions tab tell us when we have events. Some example, I clicked and see, and I see on click events. That basically when we have some another events in our application, in our components, this action will automatically show to us. Okay, let's switch to controls. Okay, and we have all properties which we prepared to our story, to our component for changes. Storybook takes it automatically, and we can able to working with it very well too in our Storybook. Let's try to do. Okay, I can change color. I can change Boolean value primary true or false. It will automatically change, but right now just change color of font or color of text. We can also change our text. Asia DevFest, and we can change size of our icon or our button to small, large. Maybe it's super helpful to developing when you developing on big application when you can just open one component and working with it. Okay, yeah, that's basically what I'd like to talk about, the tabs. Okay, and let's switch back to idea. I will stop Storybook. and then switch to for code time. Okay. Okay. First thing when we're creating storybook is how to set up base styles. I will show you how we do it. I installed styled components because I always use it. Then add some styles and fonts. I will show you that my base, global style, yeah. I import robot font and use color orange. Okay. Storybook has decorators globally and allow also wrap component which you want to some decorators. Let's create global decorator. Okay. It's I already created it, but yeah, and I will explain you how it works. Okay, I just create global this global style function, which have argument story fn. It's basically React.children if you're using React, but you need to run it. I mean, you can before implement some stuff which you want to wrap our component and then just run and just render our component. You need to run story.fn and run it as a function. Yeah, basically that's it. Then let's go to look and preview the JS. As you see, we have a base parameter. Okay. We see export cons decorators on 7 line, and we import our this global style, and then that global style will run to all our components. That means it's global decorators. Okay, I will run again storybook, and while it's running, I will switch to browser again. Okay, storybook is running. Yeah, it works. Our text is changed to robot font style and color to orange. Everything works fine. Yeah. Okay. Let's switch again to idea, and I will show you another features. Okay, we stop storybook. 5 code 10 branch. First thing, when what about mock data for storybook? I show you how to mock API with fetch mock model. Let's install fetch mock by command yarn add fetch. And basically, I prepared everything and all modules which I have. It's in package.json. I pass the link of the GitHub repository, and you can see everything and go to every branch. Basically, what I did, you can do by yourself. Okay, and go to file with mock result. Oh, sorry, which I created. Basically, I install fetch mock, imported fetch mock, and also create a function with mock result. which exist arguments mocks. Basically, it's result of request by URL. If we go to the mock response, you can see URL is a string, it's path of our request, and payload is result of that request. Okay. I go through the mocks, and by just base command of fetch mock, I mock it that URL and result. And if we don't want to, it's a little bit different with global style declaration. For global style, we're returning, we have argument story function, but storybook is checks if our decorator is returning function. That means it's that means it's callback, and it will run later. But if it's returning not a call and not a function, it's just to render it. And in the sense that it passed storybook function. Yeah. And here we return a story function with our prepared mocket requests. I will run storybook, and while it's running, I will show you how to setting everything out. Okay, I created post list component, which fetch API, and then setting to data, and I just show title and body of that information. Okay, how looks like that payload. Basically, it's have user ID, title, and body. Okay, and post list stories. We talk about how everything looks like. I just added new field for our base configuration, and our decorator with mocked result, and our mock, our prepared mock. Okay, let's look to the browser. And you will see all titles. Okay, for checking if everything works fine, I will open network, and you will see that no requests. Because it's really mocking. And super cool. I mean, when I have really big application, you just pass it mocks, and if you would like to change some mobile cases and other stuff, it's really helpful for developing UI. Yeah. Okay. Let's switch to idea again. It's last feature I'd like to share with you. It's related to Redux. No, just if you have Redux application, if you have Redux in your application and like to mock some data. Okay. I will switch to 6 code time, and before everything started, I will install based modules. And yeah, okay, I prepared base store for user with no initial params. You can see it's empty. Basically, we should run update user if we would like to update it, update our base state, and just base configuration of everything. Nothing interesting. Still installing, yeah. Okay, fine. And of course, we need to create decorator which mock our Redux store. It's also very simple. I installed Redux mock store model, which do everything for us. And as we see, is similar with our global style decorator. Before running everything, we create initial state object, which we init all our stores for. No, I don't know. Everyone is implement his store different. But I just take quick example with user object and username value. Okay, and we create configuration store and added initial state and just render it. And yeah, that's all. Okay, let's look into browser. I believe that everything installed. Okay, right now I will switch. Okay. I added header component with our Redux store and take username from the user store. And basically when application will load, I will show you that header component. Yeah, that works. Everything works as expected. Okay. That basically, that's all of for my presentation. And that's linked to, sorry, yeah, it's base, yeah. That's linked to GitHub repository where you can take everything and play with it and maybe copy and use for your project. Yeah. Sorry, Big.
Thank you very much for presenting. I think it was really, really useful. And I have questions about what are the pros and cons for you personally about Storybook? What you find, what you found maybe challenging or disadvantages of the Storybook?
Okay. I think it's very helpful for big project. And when you you have a really long build for your application, or you have a lot of dependencies for running something, I think it's a really good feature. I mean, it's a great feature to work with your company and not depending on everything. I don't know what is bad for Storybook, because I setting whatever I want. I set in Redux, I setting requests, I setting also React router stuff, but I can't. I don't know. I for now in my development process, I can't find any cons.
Also, in terms of I saw you mock data, so can you in the end, if you want to connect, so it shouldn't be a problem, right?
Yeah. It doesn't depend to anything. I mean, your code didn't change. You just create some stories and that's all. You don't need to change your code.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. And thank you for joining us and sharing your knowledge. And yeah, That's it. I would like to, I think time is up, so we have to move further. Thank you very much and have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm so nervous. So while we are waiting for Philip to join, Philip is here. Hi, Philip.
Hey, yeah, just give me a moment. I'm kind of trying to set up here. So, can you hear me okay?
Yes, it's great.
There,
So
awesome.
I would like to introduce next speaker. It's Philip Babic. Did I pronounce correctly?
Yeah, perfectly.
And we'll talk about developing open source accessibility library for Android.
Okay, let me just share my screen real quick. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, I will
Oh,
share.
there it is. Awesome.
And yeah, you can start. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you everyone for joining my session today. I know it's a Saturday, so a lot of you might be still sleeping or kind of, half asleep, or it might be a bit later for you depending on your time zones. Either way, thank you for joining. Today I'll be talking about my thesis project for my master's degree, which is also kind of I believe, a nice story about me developing an open source accessibility library for Android, which is called Ally. If you want to know a bit more about me, I'm currently a video instructor at Raspberry, which is the company behind rayverly.com. If you haven't heard, we're a pretty popular educational portal for iOS, Android, Unity, Source Swift, and Flutter, of course, and a lot of different other things where you can just learn about programming from experts, from people who work at Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Apple as well, all of these big companies and many, many other. I've been an Android developer since 2015, something like that, so about 5 years now. I do a lot of content creation, so I have a personal podcast about IT in Croatia, which is currently just in Croatian, so you might not be able to understand it. I write books, I write tutorials, and I record video courses, as you can see behind from my green screen and everything, which is currently my job, as I mentioned. But today we're not here to really talk about me. We're here to talk about some different things about us as developers and about our community, our audience, our users. And if you don't know, this is a really staggering number. More than 15% of the world suffers from at least one form of disability. So this can either be a physical disability where you have, let's say, some muscle atrophy, or you just have a part of paralysis or a paralysis on a part of your body, so you just can't either move or use your limbs in a way you would usually use them, so you can't really use your hands properly or your feet or your legs, sorry. Or it might be a more censored disability, meaning that you either have some visual impairment or hearing impairment or something else. So either way, more than 15% of the world suffers from at least one of those disabilities. And about 2 to 4% suffer from severe disability, meaning they can't really, do everyday things on their own, as some people who don't suffer from those disabilities can. And it's even more staggering when you think about it in terms of our development community and also our audience or our user base. So this is a statistic from 2019, so it might be even bigger now. The number might be even bigger. But basically it says that more than 2.5 billion people use Android, which is about 75% of the market, meaning that over almost 4 billion people in the world use mobile devices. And this is, as I mentioned, a number from 2019, so this might be even more. So if you pair this up with the previous statistics, this means that there's over 400, 500, 600 million people who suffer from disabilities, and these people are within our audiences. This is our market, even though we may not always be thinking about them. And this means that a lot of our users have disabilities and can't use our apps to their full extent. But there's a way to kind of defeat these numbers. There are different ways we can try and help those people to use our apps or develop our apps in a different way that's just intuitive to use for different kinds of modes within our operating systems. I'm currently talking about Android, which is my choice of platform, but you can also use all of these things on iOS and on web-based technologies or just general desktop technologies. Sorry. And we can defeat these numbers. We can apply something called software accessibility, or in general just accessibility, but based on software. And it's a way to help us develop applications which are more inclusive and accessible towards people who suffer from those disabilities. So if you've played video games or like watched videos and stuff like that, you usually have this thing called colorblind mode, which helps shift the color spectrum in the entire screen. Sorry, on the entire screen, to shift it in a way that people with color blindness can view all the colors instead of just seeing different hues of depending on their color blindness. So either 2 or 3 colors. So this is one of those modes that you can use and develop for to make your applications more accessible. But there are a lot of different ways you can use them, and we'll kind of go over that in a bit. What I want to say about accessibility in general is that developers and UI or UX designers generally look for ways to build applications which are foolproof. And the term is kind of not that positive, but it basically means that any person who may not be so tech savvy, may not generally know how to use applications, may be a bit older, so this technology is a bit out of their time, so to say. Any person should be able to use applications just by looking at them and using them intuitively. This means that the applications are foolproof in a way that any fool, so to say, and I do admit it's kind of a bad term, but any fool can use the app, right? But we don't really think about applications to be disability proof. So this is where accessibility comes in, and as I mentioned, it's a way to support everyone, not just the average Joe user or the average person who is completely healthy and knows enough about technology to use our applications. We should be able to support different audiences as well, and to make our applications more inclusive. And as I mentioned, accessibility is that feature or that part of developing applications and products that make our apps more inclusive. Accessibility is also known as A11Y or A11Y because there are 11 letters between A and Y. So just for a shorthand, I'll say LI, so it's a bit easier to understand. And LI is no more than a set of guides, or set of rules, set of different tools you can use to support those different modes in our applications. So as I mentioned, the system has generally native support for colorblind modes. When you develop video games or video or image heavy content, you usually want to support such modes as well. So it's kind of like a UX guideline that help, just like UX guidelines help average people use your applications or navigate your applications. Accessibility or LI is UX for people with disabilities. And some of the modes there are currently in most operating systems, I would say, are screen readers, which are ways to read text and general content actually from the screen, just like the name states. So it can be internal software in the OS that reads all of your text messages out loud, or it might even read descriptions behind images if you suffer from full visual impairment, if you're fully blind. So you can see those images, but you can provide a description that the operating system reads for you to kind of understand what the description is. So if it's an image of the ocean and there's children playing, your description might be something in the manner of this image represents an ocean, a sand beach with 3 children playing, building sandcastles, something like that. So this would be what the screen reader will say to you. There are also some different features as well, such as text-to-speech and speech-to-text, which is a way to either read out just pure messages and not image or video content, or ways for you to talk to your phone in order to write messages. So if you suffer from any kind of motoric impairment, so you can't really use your hands properly. You can't write using the software keyboard or some other external hardware keyboards. You can use your voice to write. There are different also modes here, such as UI scaling, voice assistance, gestures, focus navigation, and some other which are more complex but are not really in software. But the key thing about all of these modes is that all of these features exist in pretty much every operating system, but not every application is supporting all of these modes, and that kind of creates this problem where we have applications which are not accessibility friendly. And in terms of Android, there are different ways we can kind of try and support accessibility, or sorry, there are different tools that help us support accessibility. The first is the accessibility scanner application, which is an external application from Google that you install from the Play Store. You give it some permissions, and you give it the permission to draw over other applications. You run the application, and it basically takes up a different process and lets you take screenshots of different applications in order to scan all of these different issues. This means that once you take a screenshot of a list, for example, it will give you a list of issues saying, hey, this item might have an issue with their content description, like these images, or this text might be too small, and something like that. So it takes a lot of manual work, a lot of time to actually set these things up, but it gives you this sort of UI where you can just take a small screenshot, have a look at all the different ways the application might be failing in terms of accessibility. And it also gives you different suggestions on how you can increase or help the accessibility support. In this case, for example, this text has a low contrast, meaning that it might be harder for people with color blindness or any other kind of visual impairment to read this text behind a very dark gray background. So the suggestion might be to increase this text contrast, or by increasing or like making the color a bit lighter, so there's a bigger contrast, or just to change the background to just be a bit more lighter, or some other different way to support accessibility. And there's this different tool that's called Accessibility Test Framework. It's a completely different thing composed to Accessibility Scanner. It's actually a framework built on top of the JUnit framework. So it's a set of different tools that you can use to run accessibility tests accessibility checks in each of your tests. So you basically plug it into your UI tests, and as they run, you get to scan accessibility checks automatically, and your tests fail if there are any kinds of issues. So in this previous example, if you ran a test, or if you run a test for this screen, the accessibility framework will check that you don't have a good enough contrast with this text view, and it will fail your test saying that. So it's a more automatic way where you don't have to write a lot of, you don't have to set up the application, you don't have to take screenshots and manually go through the thing. You can just plug it into your tests and then run your code. It also has some different things where you can suppress or test results. So you can say, hey, I have this text view which I don't want you to test. So this is really useful when you don't want the entire build process in your CI or CD to fail because you have a single small accessibility issue that you can't really get around to, or it's actually a view that you don't really want to use for accessibility. So it might be different kinds of things, but you can suppress different checks. Again, this is a much better solution because it's more automatic, but this requires of you to have UI tests for every single screen in your app, because you just have to run them. Also, as we know, UI tests run a bit more slowly compared to general tests. So this takes a bit more time when you want to run a whole suite of tests for every single screen. And then, as I mentioned, a single test might, and a single accessibility issue might fail all your tests or your entire build process, where you have 5, 6, 100 tests or even more for your entire application. So it's very susceptible to issues, and it's not, because of this, it kind of slows down your development time. And this is where Ally, which is the name of my library, so it's not the accessibility abbreviation, comes in. And the library I developed, which is called Ally, is an open source Android and Kotlin based library, which aims to help developers keep their accessibility in check. So it means that as you develop your applications, you plug in Ally and it scans for different accessibility issues and gives you those reports. I generally think about it as leak canary for accessibility. So as you go through your app, as screens are being destroyed, so in the onDestroy callback, every view is being scanned and a report is being generated. So it kind of generates or catches all of the issues you might have in terms of accessibility within your view hierarchy. And as I mentioned, it scans the entire hierarchy, so it's bound to not miss a single view or bound to catch everything. And it's not just about scanning for issues, it's also about reporting them. So what it does is after the onDestroy callback or within the callback itself, as the current view of the hierarchy is being scanned and the report is being generated, it also uses that report, which is kind of a bit more complex. It's like a whole tree of reports. It flattens it to a single linked list of reports, and then it prints it out in a file, letting you know about all of the issues and where they happen, which is really important because it's not so easy to find and fix those issues if you don't know where they happened and you only know that they are there. So some of the issues that Ally detects, and I put an asterisk here because it's not fully, I wouldn't say it's not fully developed, but it's not still in 1.0. I'm not still entirely happy about all the features I managed to put in. So currently it scans for general text issues, edit text issues, image view issues, and general view issues. So things like the contrast between the text and the background, about the text size, autofill and general hints for edit text, content descriptions for image views, and size and touch areas for views. So all the, let's say, important things, all of the things that are most common in applications. So it scans for all of these issues and detects them appropriately and then generates a report for you. I say it's not in 1.0, so it's not like fully stable, so to say, but it is stable and it works and you can use it. The only issue is that I'm not still fully happy about the amount of features that I managed to get into the small period of time I got in developing the application or the library, sorry. So I'm just trying to kind of polish it out, add more features, add more checks, and make the entire thing a bit more flexible, so to say. And I'll kind of talk about that a bit later on. So let's kind of see how it works. The main class within Ally in terms of data is the report class, which holds the parent ID, the type of the parent that you're kind of reporting on. So a single view group. It generates or gives you a list of view reports for that parent or that container, so to say. So if you have a linear layout with 3 text views and all three have issues, you would have a report which the text issues in that parent linear layout, and it will give you the linear layout type, and it will give you a list of reports for those 3 text views. The important thing here to note is that it also has a recursion built in, so to say, where it has a list of child layer reports, because each container in Android, each view group in Android can hold any number of other view groups, meaning that you can have any number of nested layers, which is here represented by the child layer reports. So within the linear layout, you might have another linear layout or frame layout or something else, and this would give you a list of that one nested container. Now, the issue with this is that in theory, the trees can be as complex as you would like them to be, or as complex as you need them to be. And this is very, very hard to analyze and print out, because printing out a tree is much harder than printing out a list, so to say. So this is why I have a special algorithm within the library that takes those child layer reports and flattens them out to a single report called the next level report. So you have level 1, which is the linear layout. You have level 2, which is let's say the frame layout. And then if the frame layout has more levels, you will go to level 3 and so on and so forth. But basically this means that from a tree report or a report of trees, sorry, trees of, I'm kind of confused here. But basically a single report that holds more reports forming a tree of reports, you get a single linked list of reports, which is much easier to go through. Each of those view reports has, again, the parent ID and type of where they are located in, so you can find them, and what the actual view has is, or what the actual view has an issue. So in terms of its ID and its type. It also has the view report item list, which is basically a list of all the issues for that view. So every single view can have multiple issues. A text view can have the issue of not being visible enough because of its contrast, because of its size, but it can also have the issue of not being clickable enough in case you use click listeners for that text view, or that text view with click listeners. So it can have multiple different reports or issues that you can report on. And this is what the review report item represents. So it represents the issue type, the actual issue as a description, and a suggestion or how you can fix it. And then we have some scanners in the library, which are basically generic classes which are used to scan different types of views. So there's, for example, the general view scanner, which just scans any general type of view. It gives you a list of reports for that view if it has any issues. So in this case, it would be a hard touch or view touch area report, which says, hey, your view area is not large enough. You can't really touch it or click it properly because it's too small. And make sure that your views are at least 48 dp large, and this includes padding, for example. If it doesn't have that issue, then it gives you an empty list, and it just continues forward with those checks. So the idea here is to have multiple different scanners, and then you run through a list of those scanners as using an iterator pattern, and then each scanner gives you a list of reports, and then you combine all of those reports into one single list of issues for that view. So you can scan for a single view for image view issues, for text view issues, for general view issues, and some others, as long as it kind of conforms to all those types, which is represented by the can scan function. Some of the checks we have here, for example, this is the text contrast check, where we take in a text view and return if the text is large enough and if it has a good enough contrast. So the text size is defined within the system, but also there's an issue where you have to provide two different sets of color contrast values depending on the text size. So if the text is 14 SP and it's bold, then you need to conform to at least 3.0 text contrast. If it's 18 SP or larger, it doesn't have to be bolded. So those are kind of the issues. But if it's just 14 SP and it's not bolded, then it has to be at least 4.5 in the contrast value. So this kind of sounds a bit complicated, but it's actually not as much. You take the brightest of colors, or the brighter of two colors between the background and the text color, and then the darker of the colors, and then you divide them in their luminance value, and you get these values through the operating system itself. There's a property in text views which gives you, or in colors in the system, which gives you the luminance, and the luminance is basically a representation of how bright the color is. So in terms of contrast, it should be at least 3.0 for bolded or large text, so to say, and then 4.5 for normal text, which is not bolded or which is not big enough. And this is one of those checks which basically checks if the contrast is good enough, and if not, then it gives you a report saying, hey, you need to improve your contrast in this text or text view. Then when you kind of build all of these checks, you need to scan your views. So what I do here is I just grab the children from the view group that I'm currently in. I get its nested layer, simple views, and all of the basic information I need. And then I also, from that information, I generate a report which holds all of the general data, such as the parent ID, the parent type, its view reports if you have any kind of issues in the view group children. And then if you have nested layers, I do a recursive call and then call scan view for each of those layers to get a full report, our report tree. Now, once this is done, I kind of flatten the report. So I haven't really put the algorithm here because there's a lot of different code and a lot of different algorithms that are at work here. But generally, if you had this kind of a structure, where you have a constraint layout, 2 nested layers, then within those layers, you might have another layer, which is the linear layout. And all of these layouts have different kinds of views. You would get, through the first pass, you would get a similar report. You would get a first report for the constraint layout, 2 nested reports for the frame layout and relative layout, and then another for a linear layout. And all of these reports will have different view reports and view report items. As I mentioned, this is really hard to print out, really hard to show to the user. So after the algorithm of flattening the report, what I get is this. I get a single report for the first layer, which is the constraint layout. I get a composite or combined report for the second layer, where we have the reports for the constraint layout and the relative layout or frame layout, whichever I use, which holds all of these reports. This way, I don't have to print the entire thing in a complex way. I can just print out in a for loop or a while loop or something like that. And I can just go over each of the layers and say, hey, this is the first layer in your UI, this is the second layer in your UI, and this is the third. And then you can use your system, your design tree, or you can just use general XML to check which layers or which layers you have and which issues you have in each of the layers. And does it actually work? Well, when you run it on an application, this is what you kind of get. So the answer is yes, it does work. There are some minor polishing that I still need to do. But basically, you get a similar report to this. This is like a general application that I use for testing. You get a viewer layer 0 report, which is the root layer. You don't have any parent ID or type because it's the root, actually. So you're not really referring to the back part of the hierarchy, which is the Android UI stuff, the window decor and stuff like that. And then you can see here that in the root layer or the zeroth layer, so it's 0 base index, you have a swipe container which contains a circle image view, which has an issue. So the root layer here would be the swipe container. The issue would be in the view which has no ID, which is the circle image view. And the issue would be that you have a content description issue. So either the content description is not there, or it has an invalid description, or like a description which is not really okay, or doesn't really do much to describe what the content is. So such descriptions contain words such as images or photo, which is kind of redundant. So you should clear that up. The other issue you might have in such a view is that there's another view that is that has the ID empty icon, which is an app image view, and it's also within the 0 layer, but it's within the empty content linear layout, and it has an issue where its content description is also invalid. So basically, this gives you a list of those reports. It gives you a list of views, a list of parents, and everything that you need to know to find those issues and to clean them up. But there are some issues when it comes to accessibility. There are some things that you just can't really look at, as if it were black or white or yes or no. There are some things that you just have to discuss with other people, and some of the things that you might force or might just ignore. So the problem with the example above is that not all of the images might be important for accessibility. So sometimes those rules are actually guidelines. And I have a really good example here. This is a screenshot that I took a while back of our Discord chat for our Ravensly community. And you can see that the Discord chat is like any other chat. It has a list of people who send some messages. It has those messages, their images or avatars, and a timestamp. So when you look at that, that's what represents every single message. Now, when you look at it closely, the image or the avatar next to the name of the person who sent the message and also the message is not that important for accessibility. Because how would you describe a person through the content description? It has to be really dynamic, and one person might say that I have light brown hair, whereas the other person might have that I have brown hair. The third person might say that I have blonde hair, and it's really, really subjective. So this image doesn't really do anything for accessibility, and it would be great to just ignore it, right? But can you really do that? Well, there are some system checks that you can implement. The system, or Android OS, offers you two different flags for XML, which are called is important for accessibility and is important for autofill. And these two checks let the system know if your views should be a part of accessibility checks or not. Now, these are used in system checks, but I can also use them in my library, right? So why wouldn't I do that? Well, the issue is that either though you can help the system by saying, hey, this is important for accessibility and this may not be, or you can just decide on your own. This also lets you ignore all of the views that you don't really want to implement accessibility for. So coming from the side of you want to help the system ignore views that shouldn't be accessible, which are not really important for accessibility, you come to a point where you can just disable all accessibility checks for every single view or any of your views. And I'm kind of at a crossroads here where I'm not sure what to do next. And I gave this presentation a couple of times, and basically I ask this every single time. So what do you think or what's your opinion on this? Should I force the accessibility checks for every single view, even though the user might put in the accessibility checks that it's not important for accessibility or the flags? Or should you use internal checks instead to ignore any kind of issues that the user might have ignored? Or should I provide a warning instead of just issues? So this is kind of a part where it's really hard to develop accessibility libraries because it's very, very subjective and it's very, very opinionated. And it also depends a lot on your application. So your application might show a lot of images, but if you detect that the user doesn't really care about those images, you don't really need to implement accessibility checks for those images, right? Because the user won't really use them. So it really depends on the person that's using your application, the type of application you're developing, and kind of the community or the general agreement in the community. So definitely let me know what you think in terms of the approach I should take to promote these accessibility checks within my library. So what's next when it comes to the library? I still need to test it across different types of applications, app sizes, so bigger projects versus smaller projects, custom views, fragments, all of these things, and different API levels. I tested it for the most part, but there are still some weird use cases where some views might use some type of reflection where it just changes the entire thing or how it works. So some of the checks I use might not work there. The application is currently backwards compatible with API 21, which is about 85% or more of the market. I'm not sure, I haven't really checked, but it could be more accessible or more backwards compatible. I'm not entirely sure if I need to do this or not, but we'll see. I need to add more quality of life improvements. So for example, in my reports, I would like to add actual colors values or contrast values that you have issues with, or actual descriptions that you have issues with. So if your content description contains a bad word or something that you don't really want to use in accessibility, I can say, hey, this is your description. Try doing this instead or something like that. And I would like to add more handling, more accessibility handling to implement more features and add some possible opt-in analytics. So for example, you can opt in for analytics to report to Firebase analytics or something like that. The number of reports you have, the types of reports you have. Of course, it will be kind of obfuscated or really simple, just so I can track, what are the most important issues or the biggest issues in most libraries. So I can kind of use this information to try and build some solutions to help you fix those issues, or maybe even contact the development team to try and support more out-of-the-box accessibility solutions when we develop the apps. So there's a lot of different data I can use here to try and sort out all of these issues. Another thing that I want to kind of implement is to add some kind of a way for you to implement your own scanners that you will add to the list of my scanners I use, and then you can scan for custom views or some different things that are really, really useful for your applications, but are not really general or generally defined in terms of the accessibility guidelines. So this is these are all of these small things that I want to implement. Hopefully by the end of the year, or January or something like that, so I can have a really powerful library that helps out the community develop more accessible applications. And that's it from my talk. That's it from the accessibility side or from the LI side. I hope you kind of enjoy learning more about accessibility. It's a really important topic, but not a lot of people really know much about it or have done some research on it. If you want to reach out to me, keep in touch or something like that, just maybe even help out in terms of developing the application or the library, then you can reach out to me on LinkedIn, Twitter, my personal profile on Ravenly, Gmail, any kind of other social network, or you can jump onto our Ravenly.com Discord server, where we have an open, public, free community of 2,000-3,000 people, something like that, where you just chat about different things, and you can just jump in and hang out with us and ask any kinds of questions, including questions about my library. So thank you for listening, and are there any questions?
Yay, thank you. It was really interesting. And I had one question about when you were implementing your thesis, how did you came up with this idea of your project?
Yeah, so kind of when I started developing applications in general, or when I started learning about development and stuff like that, I always had this idea of trying to help out the community, trying to help out users as well, trying to build something that is meaningful, that's actually useful to the community and the general society. And I never really got around to developing such applications, because most of the applications we do are client-based applications, which are either e-commerce or some kind of a product for the client. So it's not really community-based. And I realized, I have a thesis that I have to finish, and I want to do something good. So when I started researching a bit about what I can do with Android specific as my area of expertise, and what I can do in terms of helping the community, I found that accessibility is not really supported. There's not a lot of different tools. As I mentioned, only 2 in Android, which are not that generally used. So I just went with it and just try to do my part to help out the community, which I hope I'm kind of doing with this library.
Cool. Yeah, I'm sure you're doing. Thank you. And the question from the comments, is there any elements in Android UI which was designed as a part of Android OS for people with disabilities?
So I'm guessing the question basically is something in terms of, is there like a view, let's call it accessibility view, that helps users use accessibility? I don't think there is in terms of like a special accessibility view, but every single view or the view class, the base view class, has a lot of different things that you can use for accessibility. So there's this feature or mode that you can support, which is called like focus navigation or gesture navigation, where instead of using your hands to tap on different buttons, you can use different kinds of external hardware controls, where you just focus different views. And it kind of looks like, if you have a PlayStation or like an Xbox or something like that, it kind of looks like that focus feature, where you move around your different icons and you select things on your consoles. This is what happens with the mobile part, where you can select different things and then you can perform clicks through those external controls. Again, there's different things like screen readers, where you can just add different content descriptions or accessibility labels for every single view, and the user can use the system to read out those descriptions. But there's not a single view that says, hey, this is an accessibility view that's going to help you solve all of these issues. Because as I mentioned, different types of views have different types of features and different types of issues they can kind of fall into if you don't implement accessibility. So it's hard to develop something that's very generic, that works for both image views and text views and general views and edit text and everything else, especially when you can just extend the view class and build something completely custom.
Yeah. True. Next one, do Google websites UI UX use some rules for colorblind people?
Yeah, so all of the things that I implemented in my library are actually following the WCAG or Web Content Accessibility Guidelines and the Google guidelines for Android applications. So it's kind of a universal thing where you have basically web guidelines, which are also used for mobile applications. The guidelines also give you UI UX rules for colorblind people. So one of the main rules is, if you have some kinds of images, and you have texts in them, any kinds of text, then you should make sure that those texts have a good enough contrast. So if it's a really light image and you have like a light gray text, you should have an outline on the text. Or if you have two colors which are very, very different, very, they have a really strong contrast, but in a bad way. For example, if you use the color blue, which is like a really, really light blue, really, shiny blue, and you have a specific yellow color, it's not going to look really nice in that contrast. You won't really be able to read it. And in fact, if you look at this screen, what you have is these are really good guidelines where you have the blue color for the background, and the DevFest letters Central Asia 2020 have an orange color, which is a better contrast compared to the yellow one. It also has like a black border around it, like a really tiny black border, which makes it a bit easier to read. So these are some of the guidelines that you can use to improve colorblind support. Now, when it comes to images, it's also really hard to support contrast for people who don't see colors at all. They just see different shades of gray. So it's really hard to support these colors, and there's no single guideline that you can use here. Generally, it's best to have something like material design where you have different layers and you can see those layers. So you can see elevation between layers, you can see the shapes and the material, so to say, used in those images that help you differentiate different parts of the image. So there are some guidelines for text and background color and stuff like that on images. But if you have a single image that's just a bunch of different things, you maybe took a photo of your backyard where you have a bunch of different trees with different colors, it's really hard to differentiate between those contrasts and those materials because there's just so much going on.
And the last question is, do you know developers with disabilities who does these rules for themselves also?
So I personally don't know about, I don't have many developer friends who have disabilities and use these issues. But a really, really big and really good example is what Google does at their own teams. So at Google I/O 2018, I think, and 2019, we had different stories from Google's developer teams where they showcase how, some of the people who work at Google have disabilities and they're working towards better solution for accessibility. So in terms of voice assistants, they use a lot of different audio clips from people who had speaking disabilities and weren't really understandable, or the voice assistant couldn't understand them on the front line. They couldn't understand them out of the box. So what they did was they trained different machine learning models to learn how to recognize speech from people with speaking disabilities. So this is one of those really great examples where people who had an issue realized, hey, we can do something about this, and let's try to fix this. And I think all of the big companies who have development teams have some teams where there are people with disabilities which have issues or problems using applications in terms of accessibility. So they're working on better solution within every single operating system to help these solutions. For example, there's another thing that Google did for Android phones where you can turn off your sound for videos, but you can still turn on live captions, which are captions done by in real time, recognized by the machine learning model underneath. So the machine learning model processes the sound without actually playing it, and then it generates the captions for you. So if you have hearing impairment issues or something like that, you can just, let's say, listen to the video by reading through the text. And these are some of the examples that are really popular from Google, from their work, but there are also other companies that do all of these things, but I don't personally know any issues, any developers with issues.
Yeah, and basically that's it. Thank you for presenting. Okay. If you want to add some couple words, And
I would like to thank you everyone for coming here and giving me this awesome opportunity. It was really nice to talk about some of the work I've been doing. Again, I think these slides have been shared or there's a link somewhere, so you'll get the slides. I can also reach out to Begima and the entire organization to share them. So you can just reach out to me as well if you have any kinds of questions. And if you do want to help out with development of the library, it's completely open source on my GitHub profile. So you can check it out, you can raise issues, you can test it out, and just help me make this library even better. And thank you.
Yeah, good luck. Thank you.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good weekend.
Awesome. You too.
And now the next speaker is Andrei Minkin. He will start his presentation in 15 minutes. So we have 15 minutes break. And I will put overlay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We are switching the language. So now on we will be speaking Russian. Всем привет. Добро пожаловать. Давайте поприветствуем нашего спикера Андрея Минкина. Андрей, ты muted.
Это было специально.
Хорошо. Я шерю твоим экраном. В принципе, все. Можешь начинать немножко о себе и можешь приступать к презентации. Удачи.
Угу. В общем, карьера – это забавная штука. Те, кто достигли успеха, его повторить вряд ли смогут. И пытаются как-то брать и давать какие-то советы по развитию. И поэтому сегодня поговорим про развитие карьеры, развитие вообще самого программиста. Меня зовут Андрей Минкин. Я в IT уже больше 15 лет. Поделал очень много разных всяких вещей, но сейчас больше управляю проектами, строю архитектуры, пишу код, выступаю на конференциях и периодически заставляю людей очень быстро понимать те или иные принципы разработки. Поговорим, в докладе будут больше 25 советов для развития себя и карьеры. Сразу предупрежу то, что по каждому из них можно сделать 1 или 2 доклада, поэтому дисклеймер. Я не давать советы пришел, а больше я буду вас запутывать, больше буду говорить какие-то истории из своей жизни, из своей карьеры. Ну и в целом основная цель доклада – это показать всю картину как можно более широко. И при этом все ссылки, которые есть в докладе, их можно будет посмотреть после презентации. Там слайды, я думаю, расшарят. Ну и начнем. Первое, когда мы начинаем вообще развитие в карьере, развитие в программировании, самый первый язык, который нужно учить, это английский. И это все просто очевидно, потому что слишком вся информация чаще всего на английском. Это самый популярный язык в мире. Все научные пейперы, они тоже на английском. Все иконы IT говорят на английском. И, в общем-то, это большая часть, в принципе, жизни. И если у вас нет знания английского, то первое – это пригласить девушку на кино. Желательно, либо парня. Тут гендер особой роли не играет. Мы приглашаем на кино, соответственно, чтобы пригласить на кино, нужно уметь говорить. А еще нужно, в принципе, запомнить, что английский разнообразен, и то, что вы говорите на рунглише, это мало кому интересно, потому что акцентов в мире очень много, и не все они достаточно понятны. При этом, когда я осваивал английский для того, чтобы начать говорить, мне хватало всего лишь первых 3 простых времен, а потом я понял то, что, в принципе, 5 хватает. А иногда вся эта грамматика, которая обычно у нас в школе мучают, она, в принципе, особо-то и не нужна, как получается, как оказывается, потому что там используется всего лишь около 20% всей грамматики в повседневной жизни. Потом самый набивший оскомину совет – это окружите себя английским, но так как вы программист, то вы, скорее всего, себя уже более-менее окружили, по крайней мере, вы ищете какие-то ответы на Stack Overflow, и чаще всего ответы на Stack Overflow на английском. Вот. Но для того, чтобы получать какие-то новости, можно пользоваться там Reddit, Quora и прочими сервисами. Потом есть очень много каналов в стиле Learn English or Die на YouTube, где рассказываются какие-то сказки с субтитрами и без субтитров, и вся эта штука отлично прокачивает и словарный запас, и понимание, и все остальное. Отдельно можно слушать какие-то новости, и там, в принципе, весь базовый словарный запас, он используется. Но вообще в идеале просто найти какой-нибудь англоязычный проект, и у вас тут вариантов не будет. Конкретно, как я заговорил на английском, я подал доклад на FOSDEM, его приняли, и мне нужно было за 2 месяца прокачать свой английский до уровня, чтобы можно было, во-первых, дать доклад, во-вторых, ответить на вопросы. Вот. Тоже, в принципе, может быть как вариант. При этом, да, есть небольшая оговорка. Сначала будут простые вещи, а потом дальше, начиная с 3-4, все будет немного усложняться. Идем дальше. Да, чтобы, когда мы уже умеем что-то говорить на английском, то нам нужно освоить синтаксис языка программирования. Неважно, любого. И тут в целом советов можно давать несколько. Можно какие-то вещи смотреть и читать какие-то книги. Там тот же самый Луц по питону, те же самые книги Строус-Трупа про C++ и все остальное. Вот. А дальше для того, чтобы получать больше опыта и все остальное, нам нужен простой такой цикл, то, что мы пишем код, покрываем тестами, спим, потом просыпаемся, опять пишем код, покрываем тестами. Задачи можно придумывать те, которые вам интересны, но если вдруг с этим есть небольшие проблемы, то регистрируемся на CodeWars, на LeetCode и подобных сервисов и пытаемся решать задачи там, вот, с тем языком программирования, который вы выбрали. Но решая задачи на LeetCode и на CodeWars, вы столкнетесь с тем, что вы не знаете алгоритмы. И в целом с алгоритмами есть такая забавная ситуация, то что, в принципе, для того, чтобы кодить и запускать проекты в продакшн, они особо не нужны, особенно когда вы стартап, вот, либо вы делаете что-то для стартапа. Но со временем получается такая ситуация, что и математика, возможно, будет нужна, но это не точно. Вот, а алгоритмы и оценка их сложности, она нужна, потому что, входя в сообщество, делясь каким-то своим кодом, будут в основном разговоры про сложность, про то, что там это решение не оптимальное и все остальное. И можно прокачивать практически это на CodeWars и на LeetCode. На Курсере есть курс от Седжвика. Седжвик еще написал пару книг в разрезе алгоритмов и C++, и их тоже можно будет почитать. Есть алгоритм SwissGo, где это серия курсов. Вот, доступно все по ссылке, и вполне себе, может, зайдет алгоэксперт. Вот, в целом вариативность большая. Но в целом эта тема не такая уж и сложная. Вот она заходит спустя там неделю обучения. Когда у нас есть и алгоритмы, мы умеем говорить там на английском или еще что-то, вот нужно учиться задавать вопросы, потому что это, когда мы находимся на начале карьеры, это может дать отличный такой буст в ней. Также хорошо зарегистрироваться сразу на Stack Overflow и спрашивать вопросы не у команды, не в чате, а на Stack Overflow. Потому что, во-первых, это вас научит задавать их правильно. У Stack Overflow есть мануал, как это делать. И чтобы задать правильный вопрос, нужно еще постараться. Помимо этого, можно также на той же самом Reddit и Quora задавать вопросы. И умение задавать вопросы там, через Stack Overflow прокачает вас этот скилл, и работа уже в команде вам будет немного легче. Следующая штука – это нужно расширять свой кругозор. И помнить то, что помимо веба либо мобилок есть на самом деле очень много смежных вещей. При этом мы еще не затрагиваем доменную область. Вот мы рассматриваем просто обычные вещи, с которыми мы работаем. И при этом, если вы их хоть как-то понимаете, вы начинаете, имея эти знания, брать и какие-то задачи, смотреть на них под другим углом. При этом, да, тут можно и идти в сторону того, что мы учим ассемблер и смотрим инструкции и все такое, а можно этого, в принципе, не делать. Но в любом случае, если мы спускаемся как можно ниже, и мы можем объяснить, допустим, что происходит при открытии, там, если мы открываем браузер, вводим Google, жмем Enter, и если вы можете отвечать, допустим, на этот вопрос в течение 2-3 часов, то это прям отличный показатель вашего кругозора. Однако есть еще всякие разные там базы данных, и если мы пройдем то, что сначала низкий уровень, потом высокий, и у нас идут там базы всякие разные и все остальное, и только уже потом идет язык программирования, который тоже, ну и среда там, и рантайм языка программирования, и в целом в опыте написания кода и в практиках написания кода нужно тоже смотреть, развиваться и все остальное. Писать комментарии, писать тесты, строить там план рефакторинга, делать какие-то вещи, которые связаны, ну, например, стратегия тестирования, как мы всю эту штуку тестируем. Вот, при этом можно отдельно изучать там и практиковать те же самые алгоритмы и все остальное. Вот, и повышая уровень выше и выше, понимать, что в тех же самых там мобильных приложениях вполне себе могут быть там дедлоки, могут быть рейс-кондишены. Вот, а еще интересные темы есть, которые можно поковырять. Это сжатие данных, это видео, это GIS-системы, это звук, графика и очень много других штук. При этом те же самые микросервисы и другие архитектуры, они в целом про распределенную систему, а в распределенных системах есть еще распределенные алгоритмы, есть свои беды, есть отдельно поставка кода, есть там всякие разные пайплайны, а вот при этом еще там нужно не забывать про то, как вся эта штука будет билдиться, бэкапиться. Вот, в общем, пространство для кругозора, точнее, расширять кругозор есть куда, и об этом есть доклад, вот его можно будет после доклада посмотреть, там очень много интересных набросов и прочие все штуки про программистов на PHP. И да, мы пробуем писать код, пробуем его по-разному, не боимся экспериментировать, пытаемся писать в одну строчку, пытаемся писать в несколько строчек, потом приходим и изучаем там про Solid, про паттерны проектирования, читаем банду 4, потом пытаемся ее забыть, а потом опять ее читаем. Вот, и в любом случае пишем код, пробуем разные системы, пробуем строить разные архитектуры, начиная там от микросервисов, заканчивая каким-нибудь там event-сорсингом, CQRS, событийной целостностью и всеми остальными вещами. Вот. И только там, когда мы сделаем несколько разных систем, мы сможем понять там плюсы, минусы более-менее того или иного подхода. И нужно помнить, что все знания, которые мы получаем, их нужно черпать с практики. То есть мы сначала пробуем решить задачу, ничего не имея, ничего не зная об этом, и уже набив шишки, идем, ищем какие-то ответы, и в целом тот путь, вы не читали книги по тому, как нужно ходить, вот, чтобы научиться ходить. Вы пробовали ходить, набивали шишки, и мало кто помнит этот опыт, но те разработчики, у которых уже есть дети, они как бы знают то, что ребенок не читает книги по тому, как нужно ходить. Вот, соответственно, программисту нужно сначала писать код, а потом уже, понимая, что вот что-то пошло не так, всю эту штуку исправлять, искать, и мы ищем там ответы в книгах, в теоретических знаниях и во всем остальном. Также всегда нужно помнить, что смысла от того, что ты порефакторишь, допустим, этого может быть и не быть. Вот. Также может не быть смысла в архитектуре или типа давайте мы возьмем. Вот, у нас получилось то, что огромный монолит, вот его сложно поддерживать, типа давайте возьмем и разобьем на микросервисы. В этом тоже чаще всего это бесполезное действие, которое бизнесу никакой пользы не несет в большинстве своих случаев, и те же самые развернутый кластер Kubernetes для обычного интернет-магазина, в котором продаются кофе и печеньки и посещают там 120 человек в месяц, вот это, в принципе, ненужная затея. Вот. И всегда нужно знать, что мы делаем, какую проблему мы решаем, и постоянно нужно задавать вопрос, там, а не фигню ли я сейчас сделаю. Потому что, зная, какую проблему мы решаем, мы очень быстро сможем найти решение этой проблемы. И чаще всего самое простое и тупое решение самое нужное. И усложнять, в принципе, не надо. Рефакторить – это сложно. И я сейчас говорю не про рефакторинг, когда мы просто что-то выносим из класса и что-то там разделяем методы и все остальное. И это нам помогает делать ИТЕшка. Нет, я говорю про рефакторинг, когда мы поняли то, что вот у нас что-то в системе идет не так, и нам нужно что-то взять, поменять, возможно, вынести какую-то часть в отдельный сервис, возможно, наоборот, из этого сервиса вернуть все это обратно в монолит. Вот. Но в любом случае правильный и хороший рефакторинг, он должен приносить пользу, и чаще всего эта польза выражается в том, что вы уменьшаете time to market. А time to market – это время, в которое провела фича там, от начала, от самой идеи до выкатки в прод. И, соответственно, очень часто, когда мы, допустим, берем какую-то legacy-систему, возникает желание все это дело переделать, вот, потому что это один фатальный недостаток есть у всего проекта. Он написан не нашей командой, он написан не нами. И, соответственно, таких вещей, что давайте все это перепишем, потому что мы это не понимаем, вот, таких вещей должно быть не должно. И для любого рефакторинга должен быть составленный план, который будет абсолютно понятен всей команде, вот если это такой более-менее большой рефакторинг. И нужно знать, какую пользу он принесет. И эта польза чаще всего выражается в меньшем time to market. Вот. С коммуникациями обычно сложно. Вот. Как бы сам доклад, он больше про коммуникации и про развитие там софт-скиллов и все остальное. Вот. Но обычно все проблемы в проектах – это отражение того, как люди коммуницируют между собой. Вот. И в целом архитектура системы тоже показывает, кто как коммуницирует. И коммуницировать в целом достаточно сложно. Вот. Особенно если нужно это делать как-то кратко, доносить информацию и все остальное. И как бы даже если мы общаемся в чате, люди умудряются взять и прочитать сообщение не с той интонацией. Как бы вот так вот. Ну и да, можно в зависимости от того, как вы работаете там в офисе, вот, если у вас созвоны, митинги или нет, вот, нужно уметь и асинхронно коммуницировать, и синхронно. Вот, и какие-то вещи удобно и какие-то свои идеи удобно брать, описывать в документе, при этом это описано все подробно, там есть проблематика, есть варианты решения и все остальное, и потом закидывать в команду. Можно эту штуку взять и обсудить на созвоне. При этом нужно еще помнить, что коммуникации, в принципе, ее много, и на том же самом код-ревью, когда мы смотрим тот или иной pull request, какие-то вещи тоже нужно уметь доносить, чтобы это было понятно, не токсично, и оно указывало на проблему и то, что нужно взять и исправить. Ну и когда в 2016 или 2017 году я выступал в Новосибирске на одной из конференций, мы пообщались с Дэйвом Ченни про коммуникацию, и там была высказана мысль, то, что обычно у людей проблемы с коммуникацией тогда, когда они не могут взять и всю коммуникацию, всю разработку завернуть через GitHub, вот, или GitLab. Такая штука работает почти во всех open-source проектах, и все там достаточно понятно. Но при этом нужно помнить, что не все это могут себе позволить. Иногда это может быть слишком такой крайностью, и в любом случае как бы помним о том, что нам нужно приносить пользу, вот, и стараемся искать баланс. Чем старше мы становимся, тем больше нам лет. Это да. Однако, чем больше у нас знаний, чем больше у нас опыта, соответственно, тем больше у нас ответственности. И если вы хотите как-то взять и прокачаться в карьере, то вам нужно делать то, что вы не делали раньше. Вот, и, соответственно, зону своей ответственности нужно расширять. Обычно, когда вы джун, то вам расписывают какие-то шаги и все остальное в задаче, а начиная с уровня медла, вы можете уже брать и достаточно высокоуровневую проблему сами начинать разбивать и понимать, что, как, куда, с кем нужно поговорить и все остальное. При этом нужно там всегда помнить, начиная с джуна, что задача закрыта тогда, когда пользуются люди. Вот, нужно понимать, как работает продакшн, нужно смотреть за логами, нужны глаза на продакшене, чтобы в случае какой-то проблемы можно было очень быстро понять, что происходит не так, и решить проблему. И это приводит к тому, что нужно мониторить, нужно работать над такой штукой, как observability. Это вкратце про то, что ваша система должна быть наблюдаемой, и у вас должна быть информация в виде логов, метрик, каких-то алертов на то, что если вдруг что-то идет не так, мы очень быстро можем понять, что конкретно. При этом мониторить ваше приложение нужно, должны быть какие-то настроенные системы, которые для вас удобны, для вас работают. И инструментирование вообще вашего приложения и добавление информации по логам, информации по метрикам и отсылка метрик, причем как внутренних технических, так и бизнесовых. Это важная задача, которую также нужно делать. А еще что нужно делать, это делиться знаниями. И делиться знаниями – это хорошая инициатива, которая в первую же очередь полезна самому человеку, который этим делится. Во-первых, можно исправить какие-то проблемы в коммуникации, в том, что какую-то часть информации можно донести немного по-другому, короче, и все остальное. То, что документация нужна, и она сэкономит время на тот же самый онбординг. Если мы описали сервис, у нас есть архитектурная схема, архитектурные документы, стек, технологии и все остальное, то достаточно просто прочитать это новому сотруднику, поднять проект по ритмихе, и в целом все будет понятно, вы этим самым экономите кучу времени. При этом, начиная с джуна, очень рекомендую менторить, потому что в этом есть отличная польза, что у вас будут спрашивать вопросы, ответы на которых вы не знаете, и при этом, даже если знаете, то это нужно донести до другого человека так, чтобы он эту всю штуку понял. И в целом вы начинаете понимать ту или иную тему в разы лучше, если вы менторите, если вы участвуете в жизни сообщества, даете доклады, пишете статьи в блог, сидите в чатиках, помогаете людям. И даже, допустим, те же самые ответы на Stack Overflow, помимо прокачки вашего профиля, дадут еще прокачку ваших знаний, потому что очень часто в каких-то комплексных вопросах на тех же самых тредах в Stack Overflow есть несколько мнений. Ну и приоритизация – это достаточно важная штука. И если, допустим, представить ситуацию, что вы заходите в проект и на вас навесили 50 задач, и они все с одинаковым статусом, medium, либо critical, либо какой-то другой, это не важно. Как понять, какую задачу делать в первую очередь, это тоже нужно уметь. И да, в любой непонятной ситуации можно пойти поговорить с менеджером, с заказчиком, с кем угодно, чтобы понять, что делать в первую очередь. При этом, когда мы, допустим, говорим о том, что мы сделаем эту задачу за 2 часа, а за 2 часа у нас не получается, то мы как можно быстрее и заранее говорим об этом, чтобы можно было взять и переиграть какие-то планы. Если у нас во время планирования происходит ситуация, что, допустим, задачу оценили в 2 часа, но ты знаешь, что там есть еще куча вещей, которые нужно будет поправить, и это не 2 часа, то, соответственно, на этапе планирования сразу же об этом нужно рассказывать. Да и вообще о проблемах молчать не нужно, потому что чем опытнее вы становитесь, и когда вам приходится брать и нанимать какого-то человека, у вас могут быть абсолютно разные взгляды, но вы приходите к одной простой мысли, что человек должен говорить о проблемах, с которыми он сталкивается. Вот, и если вы этого не видите, либо если этот человек не делает, то, скорее всего, с ним работать не будут, потому что очень важно в случае какой-то критической ситуации или проблемной не молчать о проблемах, а говорить о них, потому что это решает множество недопонимания, это помогает решать тот же сам, поднимать быстро тот же самый упавший прод и так далее. Вот. Роберт Мартин, скорее всего, говорил на докладе про то, что не нужно поставлять дерьмо. Вот, в его докладе, да. И плодить техдолг не нужно, а если получается так, что он плодится, то нужно писать задачи, нужно вести работу над техдолгом, и не нужно брать и со временем захламлять проект, чтобы потом не было такого, то что ой, все тут нужно полностью все рефакторить. И также нужно помнить, особенно тем, кто работает с интерфейсами, что интерфейсы должны быть выровненные, они должны быть понятные, опрятные, и там, возможно, ошибки должны быть обработаны, чтобы пользователь взаимодействия с сервисом, с продуктом понимал, что как тут достаточно качественная работа, потому что качественными продуктами пользуются, некачественными продуктами не пользуются. Это комплекс мер, которые в целом сложно объяснить. Вот, потому что это касается и того, что мы пишем документацию, то, что мы пишем комментарии в коде, то, что мы с кем-то там коммуницируемся и коммуницируем и все остальное. При этом оно в этом также есть противоречие. Ну, допустим, мы возьмем комментарии в коде. По Роберту Мартину в чистом коде комментариев быть не должно, и код должен быть понятен без комментариев. Однако нужно понимать, что ваш профессионализм, он оценивается в том, что если вдруг у вас по какой-то причине не стало в проекте, все продолжает работать и без вас. Вот, и если вы можете обеспечить как можно больше задач, которые вы выполняете, чтобы они работали без вас, вот, тем более профессиональнее вы становитесь. Вот, и при этом нужно помнить, на что обращать внимание в тех или иных местах проекта. Это может быть там так же, как и архитектурные схемы, это может быть те же самые. Ну, мы, допустим, пишем код, и в коде мы начинаем удалять или изменять какие-то вещи внутри кода, и при этом непонятно, для чего мы это делаем. Например, манипулируем с get или post параметрами. Вот, то можно описать об этом внутри кода. Вот можно и в целом как бы пояснять свою работу, чтобы она была максимально понятна. Вот. И в процессе работы часто возникают споры. Вот, и в целом тут все достаточно просто. Вот. Спорить нужно уметь, спор не нужно превращать в полемику. Вот, и идеально, если это идет просто обычная дискуссия, и со всеми проблемами, рисками и прочими вещами мы работаем спокойно. Спокойно аргументируем, логически размышляем, приносим какие-то доводы, доносим о рисках и там, пользуемся слабыми, сильными сторонами, и при этом, да, можем просто взять и воспользоваться такой техникой, что я пока не знаю, что тут ответить. У меня есть, допустим, какой-то аргумент, вот, но он сейчас достаточно слабый. Вот я возьму там денек на то, чтобы поресерчить эту тему, вот, и потом приду, допустим, с ответами. Вот, и нужно, да, понимать, что в споре рождается истина, и спорить лучше всего с фактами и с материалом, с которым можно работать. Если, ну, я думаю, это достаточно очевидная штука, и если вы, допустим, делаете биллинговую систему, то вам в любом случае не будет лишним пройти курс по базовому бухучету, чтобы понимать, что такое дебет-кредит, там актив-пассив, двойная запись, проводки, вот, и все остальное, чтобы построить систему так, чтобы она функционировала. Вот, если вы делаете что-то связанное с e-commerce, вы начинаете погружаться в тему e-commerce. Вот, вы смотрите также, изучаете там какие-то продукты, которые есть на рынке, берете, там, предлагаете, делаете фичи, и вы коммуницируете с бизнесовой командой на равных, потому что так оно и должно быть. И вы можете также предлагать им фичи, чтобы они там сделали, и они могут там брать и делать то же самое. Об этом, ну, почему это важно? Да, все просто. Если идет перекос в ту или иную сторону, то чаще всего это получается достаточно непродуктивно, вот, потому что у айтишников обычно дамп базы и всего остального, вот, соответственно, бизнесовой команде нужно брать и делиться своим видением развития, чтобы IT-система отражала планы, чтобы оно развивалось и все остальное. И поначалу скиллов там не будет хватать в том же маркетинге, в том же бухучете и всего остального. Но в любом случае нужно там эту тему изучать, задавать вопросы, общаться с теми же самыми маркетологами, вот, и так далее. Развиваться нужно. Вот, и это, по идее, нужно было добавить в один из первых шагов, но в любом случае все развитие, оно идет в нерабочее время. И в целом тут можно почитать того же самого Боба Мартина, чтобы понять почему, но в любом случае мы развиваться можем несколькими путями, можем делать подпроекты, вот, можем читать книги, при этом не обязательно развиваться именно в самом программировании, там, в самом IT, можно развиваться где-то рядом, допустим, можно взять и немного почитать про маркетинг, вот, либо про менеджмент, либо там что-нибудь из философии и все остальное. Но в любом случае будет менять немного картину вашего мировоззрения. И если говорить уже про конкретно техническое развитие, то каждый год желательно брать и изучать по новому языку программирования. И при этом эти языки должны быть не связаны между собой. То есть если мы кодим на C#, который строго типизированный язык со статической типизацией, то следующий язык у нас должен быть не Java, не C++, а, например, Python, чтобы была, допустим, скриптовая часть, интерпретация и все остальное. Чтобы мы поняли интерпретатор. Потом следующее – это что-нибудь из функционального программирования, потом разобраться с декларативными, императивными подходами и так далее и тому подобное. Ну, да, вот. Отвечать за свои слова нужно, и чаще всего это касается коммитментов, это касается планирования, и в любом случае, если мы где-то ошиблись, то об этом нужно взять и рассказать заранее, чтобы люди, которые зависят от вашего обещания могли взять и переиграть планы, и чтобы для них это не было сюрпризом. Вот. Ну и в любом случае, как бы, если вы говорите, что вы сделаете, это нужно сделать. Если вы чувствуете сомнения, то, скорее всего, тут есть два варианта. Либо вы не делаете, либо вы делаете, но предупреждая об этом заранее. Также помнить стоит про безопасность, то, что как минимум есть топ-10 уязвимостей и в листе AWASP, и что нужно помнить про SQL-инъекции, про самые разные штуки, при этом безопасность может быть как процессная, так и из-за баги в коде, и эта тема будет потихоньку набирать обороты, и в целом, да, будет классно, если вы будете смотреть в сторону DevSecOps пайплайнов, вы будете гонять какие-то статические анализаторы кода, проверки на security, проверки там на токены, сканилки, брутилки, там то же самое SQL map and map и прочее. Вот, и будете бомбить ваш сервис как-то более-менее автоматически. С фидбэком все достаточно сложно, потому что можно взять и там поругаться с человеком и потом прикрыть это тем, что мы давали фидбэк. Вот. Но получать фидбэк, возможно, будет сложно, потому что если вы что-то делаете не так, то вам, скорее всего, скажут об этом, а это может быть больно. Мы же все хорошие люди, вот, и то, что мы делаем, и мы всегда, скорее всего, делаем все правильно, вот, и принять тот факт, что может быть какая-то другая штука, вот, в реальности, оно бывает больно. И то же самое касается, вот, нужно дать фидбэк человеку, что он косячит. У некоторых это может быть вызвать сложности, потому что мы не хотим обидеть человека и все остальное. И фидбэк в любом случае нужно уметь выдавать конструктивно, по фактам, понятным языком, доступно, без всяких виляний, без перехода на личности. То есть и хорошо помогает говорить не о самом человеке, а о результатах его работы. Если мы концентрируемся на этом, вот, то тут есть разные варианты, которые могут помочь. Думать вообще сложно, и мало кто понимает вообще всю эту штуку, и если мы думаем и при этом нигде ничего мы не пишем, то есть либо мы не используем там ту же самую доску, документы, блокноты и все остальное, то, скорее всего, мы думаем, что мы думаем. И сам процесс думания, он сложен, он местами непонятен, и думать можно учиться как командно, так и не командно. То есть так и самому. Вот. И для этого есть несколько инструментов. Во-первых, люди придумали майндмэпы, люди придумали кучу разных схем, благодаря которым можно взять и оцифровать знания и поработать с ними уже там напрямую. Вот, есть еще там TLA плюс для тех, кто более-менее силен в математике, вот, и в целом на эту тему есть отличный доклад от Лесли Лампорта, который придумал протокол Paxos для поиска консенсуса в распределенных системах. Рекомендую его посмотреть. Практически любой более-менее сложный проект, он делается всегда командный. И в команде и нужно учиться быть командным игроком. Вот, нужно понимать, что задачи не только на тебе, задачи, допустим, нужно полюбить и ближнего своего, то есть перестать говорить, что это вот девопсы неправильно задеплоили, либо QA-шники неправильно всю эту штуку протестировали. Вот. Нужно понимать, что мы делаем один проект, мы делаем один продукт, у нас есть одна задача, и в любом случае, если у куашника или у твоего любого там сокомандника возникает проблема, и он заблокирован чем-то, и ты можешь помочь, то нужно помогать. И последнее, да, это строить рабочие отношения. Это больше про то, что, самый лучший тимбилдинг – это поднимать прод в 2 часа ночи со своей командой. Эта штука максимально сближает, и в этом только, и это как раз-таки подтверждает саму мысль, что только совместное делание сближает людей. И сами рабочие отношения строить и поддерживать – это достаточно сложно, это касается и нетворкинга, и всего остального, поэтому эту вещь делать нужно. Вот. Но из таких советов на практике постарайтесь взять и сделать, допустим, пэт-проект с человеком, с которым вы хотите там как-то выйти на контакт. Вот. Либо пойти и поделать что-нибудь, что не связано с работой. То есть пойти в поход, пойти там, провести время там на природе и что-то вот в этом духе. Вот. У меня все. И жду ваших вопросов. Так, я, пожалуй, закрою.
Спасибо большое, Андрей. Как всегда, очень интересно, доступно. Перейдем к вопросам. Первый вопрос. А как вы решаете проблему, если не хватает времени на реализацию задачи? То есть твой estimate time некорректен.
Значит, мы накосячили в оценке. И тут есть 2 варианта. Первое, сначала... Если задача нам непонятна, то мы берем время на ее ресерч, и после ресерча уже ее оцениваем. Вот. Если не хватает времени на реализацию задачи уже после там, ресерча, мы можем пойти и передоговориться. То есть, например, подойти к менеджеру и сказать, что смотри, вот у нас есть проблема, мы не успеваем в срок. У нас есть 2 варианта. Мы сокращаем количество фичей, мы сосредотачиваемся на том, что вот мы делаем там какую-то одну очень важную вещь и катим ее в прод. Либо там мы берем и там, по нашим прогнозам мы сделаем ее за такое вот время. Но в целом это как? То, что ты попадаешь в эстимейты, этот скилл приходит где-то спустя 2 года, наверное, работы. Чтобы ты там всегда более-менее точно в 90% случаев попадал в свою оценку.
Хорошо, следующий вопрос. Куда должен развиваться senior-программист?
Куда хочет. Тут есть 2 пути, либо в менеджмент, либо в архитектуру. Вот. И в целом, как бы, тут 2 пути. Либо мы идем в тимлиды, в менеджеры и во все остальное, либо мы идем уже в принципалы, в архитекторы, и собираемся работать. Короче, в любом случае это что тот путь, они одинаковые, точнее их объединяет то, что это достаточно высокоуровневая штука, и там язык общения, типа, сделай, пожалуйста, все хорошо, и тот, кто пошел в менеджмент, скорее всего, сделает хорошо с помощью своей команды, а тот, кто ушел больше вглубь, то он сделает хорошо за счет там, архитектуры, за счет
своих знаний.
Да, за счет своих скиллов. И плюс можно покачать скиллы вширь, например, попробовать сменить специализацию и перейти в тот же самый DevOps, например, то есть начать делать архитектуру, вот, инфраструктуру сервиса, там, инфраструктура как код и все остальное. Вот. Ну и в целом, как бы там вот есть 5 слайдов с 5-м советом про широту знаний, вот, и можно углубиться в ту или иную степь. То есть развиваться есть куда.
И последний вопрос. Andrew, we know that you have a big experience on software developing engineering, but when you understand that algorithms, tests, clean code, and clean architecture are important in our work?
Когда я устал делать фигню. То есть, когда я просто устал страдать. Вот. И как бы страдать это хорошо, но когда страданий слишком много, это ведет к не очень хорошим последствиям. Вот. Но архитектура, коммуникация и все остальное, всему этому там нужно научиться, и это в любом случае приходит там только с практикой, только с кучей проблем в продакшене и со всем остальным. Вот. А если говорить про конкретный момент во времени, то где-то спустя года 2-3 после начала там карьеры.
Ну, мне кажется, на этом все. Спасибо большое, что пришел, рассказал. Было очень интересно, доступно, и я уверена, остальные вопросы, они смогут тебе написать напрямую.
Ну да, если есть вопросы, то там контакты есть, пишите, вот, подписывайтесь, ставьте лайки, задавайте вопросы, там, отвечу вообще без проблем.
Круто, классно. Хорошо, давай. Мне кажется, по времени у нас уже следующая презентация должна была быть. Спасибо. Хороших выходных. Пока.
Хороших выходных. Всем пока.
Пока мы поприветствуем Михаила Романенко. We are slowly shifting to English. So our next speaker is Mikhail Romanenko. He will tell us about cracking the hackathon 101. So please introduce yourself and you can start your presentation.
Thank you, Begimai. I'd like to thank you for having me. I'd like to thank all the previous speakers. It's a great event and I enjoyed listening to all the previous presentations. My name is Michael. I work as a front-end engineer at Marco Polo, and I love participating in hackathons. I participated in a number of international major hackathons, and I'll probably highlight some of the projects I worked on. One of them is track1. It was an entry of Rails Rumble. It was featured by a number of media. It was fun. It was a nice tool to recognize songs playing in a video, like a Shazam, but for big videos. And then Snapper, it's a relatively recent one. We made it into finals of TechCrunch hackathon, and we presented to Snapchat CEO Evan Spiegel. It was a nice small app to engage your followers in Snapchat to meaningful discussions. And Oscar, it's a chatbot to kind of spread awareness on how much waste we're generating and how to recycle. We were selected to a short list of F8 hackathon. It was a lot of fun doing these projects. And I have a track of many, many other not so very successful attempts. And I'd say most of my attempts participating in hackathons weren't hugely successful. Then you can probably ask a question, should you even try? And I can definitely say that yes, you should. There are a number of obvious benefits why you should do it. First of all, it is experience you get from it. You get to challenge yourself with something new in a different environment. Now, because of COVID, we have to stay home, but usually it's a highly social event. You get to go somewhere, meet a lot of people, and you get to work on something. Most of the time, you don't even know what you're will be working on in advance. And important thing here is most of the hackathons are run by, if we have a look at this chart, by private companies most of the time. And private companies, they provide APIs, they provide data, and usually it's a nice chance to play with something new, something you haven't worked before, some new interesting API that can boost up your project. Then, yeah, as I said before, hackathons are usually highly social events. You get to meet a lot of interesting people. It is a great way to boost your career. You can meet your next partner, your next coworker on this event. And while doing a hackathon, it's a very tense, very time-constrained, packed with emotions and tension thing to do, and people with whom you do it, usually it helps to make friends. All the people I did hackathons with are good friends of mine, even after the events, even years after the events. So it's a great way to spread your network, so to say. Then important thing, if your project will succeed, if you will get noticed, it's a good way to boost a real company from it. There's an example of many successful companies which are started as small hackathon projects, and now they are like major Silicon Valley companies. If your project will get noticed, even if you did not win, you still get enough attention to make a sustainable business out of it in the future. So this is another thing you should probably keep in mind. And prizes, like it shouldn't be the reason to do it. Usually, if you manage to make something meaningful, even if you're not selected as a winner, you still get some prizes. You get discount codes, you get like perks, swag from sponsors. You can stick to a sponsor and make something like looking at the sponsor. For instance, if you know that in the panel of jury, in the set of sponsors, there's some interesting company you really like, or you know how to work with their APIs, you can do something with their based on their project and get attention from them and get some nice prizes. But it's definitely not the thing you should think about in the first place while you are participating in a hackathon. Well, okay, you decided to take part, and how do you prepare? Important thing that you should focus on your strengths, on your skills that you already have. Once again, it's a time-constrained event. You will not have time to learn from scratch. If you're a good web engineer, try to pick a project where you will be working on something web-related. If you do mobile, concentrate on this. If you're a good pitcher, if you know how to present well, this is probably the thing you should concentrate on. Of course, there's also a room for improvisation. But knowing your strengths will help you to put all your energy into the right place, so to say. Then it is important to sharpen your sword. It is important to make sure beforehand that all your hardware, all your tools are in good shape, all your updates either installed or you silence them and they won't disturb you in the process. I saw many times how people were struggling running Xcode, and Xcode was trying to update and then install the additional components, and you had to waste time looking at the loading bar. You should do this beforehand. the night before you start, you should make sure all your hardware works, all your tool chain, all your node versions, or your favorite text editor is in a good state. I even carry my external keyboard with me, to be comfortable, to be sure that the tool I will be using to build my project is the one I'm familiar with and really in good shape. You will have to build a team. You can do it on your own. Most of the hackathons I participated in, they all had a so-called a solo track. You can do everything on your own, but most of the time hackathons are a social events. So and it's more fun and it's more effective to work in a team. You should split roles effectively. It can be 2 people, it can be 10 people, but you have to define roles and stick to them. You should have an engineering part of the team. You should have a concept and research part of the team. This is also important. You should it should be fun. Your hackathon projects should be enjoyable and entertaining, but it's important that it should base on some research, on some concept which is built on top of some thought process. And if you will have a separate dedicated part of the team which will do just that, it will be a great way to do it. And pitching, as I said before, if you have a talent of presenting, if one of the team members of your team has talent of presenting an idea, usually hackathons are 48 hours. All these 48 hours can be dedicated to preparing a good pitch. The more you do it, the more you make test runs, prepare good slides, prepare a good demo, the better it will be once you will be on the stage. Then you start working. And while you're working on your project, it's important to have in mind that you need to make it work first and then make it good. You need to concentrate on building a prototype first of all. It doesn't have to be fully featured. It doesn't have to it doesn't even have to be a real. For instance, if you building something machine learning related, it can be you can fake the result. It should be a real app. It should be written on a real code with a real code. It should be it's a coding hackathon, right? But everybody and jury as well, they understand that it's almost impossible to train a good model in 48 hours, and you're not required to do it. You just have to show that your idea is feasible, it can be implemented, it can exist in form of software, so to say. So what is under the hood, it doesn't matter. No one will look usually, if you'll get into finals, they will take a peek at your code, but no one will judge you for good or bad code. It can be messy even. It doesn't have to be messy like this messy. It can be messy like this messy. It can have some bugs, it can have some hacks, and you can script your demo to avoid these bugs from revealing themselves, and you can make it that you will just show that your idea is implementable and feel can be made, but it really doesn't matter how it works under the hood. So proof of concept is enough. You just have to prove that it can be made. That's the main thing you should think about. Well, pitching. Once these 48 hours is over, you will have to do a pitch on the stage. And the best strategy to plan your pitch is to think about 4 main steps. First, you have to introduce the problem, define the problem. What the problem is. You have to make it clear that the problem really exists, that you're not solving something which isn't the problem after all. Then you have to introduce the solution briefly, high-level description of your solution, and a demo. you demo your project, and then you speak about future directions. As simple as that. You should be creative when you are doing this. Put all charisma that you have to your pitch. Make it fun, make it entertaining, but it should be not only fun, it should make a point. Most of the time, what matters is really an impact which your project will make. How it will change lives, how it will affect the industry it's in, how it really can make a difference. If you're making a point while making it fun, it's a perfect pitch, and it will like highlight the best what you have in your idea and the project that you've made during the hackathon hours. Well, that's mostly it. You should concentrate on the process. I think this is the main advice I can share with you. It doesn't matter whether you will win or not, whether you will take the main prize or not. The most important is experience you're getting along the way, friends you're making. This mental exercise of coming up with new idea, building a prototype, presenting it well, like this is the most important thing. Most important, have fun. Like this is probably the main thing you should think about while doing a hackathon. Well, that's basically it. I'll probably stop sharing my screen. I can't hear you, Biggie.
Yeah, I was muted. Thank you for your presentation. It was really informative. I think a lot of people participate in hackathons, and was useful to know how to make most of it and take it seriously, I think. And maybe some comments we would show. I think it's from Ainura again.
Thanks, Ainura.
So thank you for the support, Ainura. And maybe you could share for, I don't know, I would be more interested about maybe some particular example of hackathon, like that you liked and you didn't like, because I feel like there are different hackathons and not they're evenly good or bad. So maybe you could share a bit about it.
I can say there's one company in Silicon Valley right now, which is called DevFests. It's a great company which specializes on like organizing hackathons, and they organize hackathons for Facebook, TechCrunch, and when they and they have a like online platform to hold hackathons, to make submission happen, to make thank you, to make all the judging process happen. And usually, like it's probably the main source of looking for hackathons that are happening right now. And if they are in charge of making hackathon happen, it usually goes pretty smooth. I can say that the most recent hackathon I participated in, TechCrunch, was really, really well made. Like they made a big panel of a jury, a competent panel of jury. They made an awesome, so to say, prize fund. So it was everyone was really motivated to participate because there were a lot of prizes, a lot of benefits for the ones who were participating, and it was like. Sorry?
I mean, how do you find those hackathons? Like maybe there are some tips for our listeners how to find such hackathons.
Yeah, this DevPost resource, like I think it is the main resource to find, to look for hackathons, and they have like a feed of upcoming hackathons, and you can pick the one you prefer by category, by the company you adore. And I think most major Silicon Valley's companies, they they use DevPost as a platform now. Because actually it's quite hard to, and Rails Rumble hackathon that we participated in, also I think they made, so it was Rails Rumble, then there was Node, I don't remember the exact name. So they made a lot of like web framework related hackathons, and they made from the like web apps they've made for them, they made also a platform for it.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name, but these are online hackathons. I think best of the best, and you can do it remotely. You can do it from any part of the world. DevPost usually specializes on hackathons. You have to you have to do in person. You have to physically be at the place. And by the way, most of the hackathons which are offline, the organizers of a hackathon, they usually help you with anything they can for you to come to physically be there. So it's a good way. You can even like travel the world, participate in the hackathons, because they help with visas. They can help with, I don't know, with good advice, where to live. They can even like sponsor you if you're a student. If you don't have enough money to come, they can help you buy tickets. So it's a good way to even travel. And
that's inspiring, actually, because I feel like even me, I wasn't like considering hackathon as something serious, but now I'm curious to check the post. Cool. And I think that we are coming to the end of today's talks. Thank you for coming and presenting. It was really interesting.
Thank you for
and
having me.
have a good rest of the weekend.
You too.
Thank you. And we are coming to the end. Thank you for watching, everyone. And I welcome everyone to the second track. We have second track, as you know. And there is a last presentation, I think, about the girl, Anu. She will tell about work smarter with chat and conversation AI. So have a nice weekend and see you tomorrow. I will share the banner for a sec. And see you tomorrow, guys.